should be fixed.
Oh, we'll reload. And still says, oh, nope. It says now streaming. Yay.
Yeah, that's on me.
I think I don't need to upgrade my subscription until the 8th. That is correct. Cool.
It's okay. I have to come up with the money for my for the little budget hole I have, and so I can pay both rent and for my VTuber avatars. Avatars plural. We're getting a live 2D and a 3D one.
Nice.
The 3D one is much further along than the live 2D right now.
I should poke around and get one for Thess so I can like run a camera and be Thess in chat, and then kill everyone's bandwidth. Have everyone have to turn it off. I don't know. Broadband and internet speeds are getting to the point where like that kind of thing is less of a problem.
I return. Don't see anyone else has turned up yet.
5 folks in chat.
Hello, 5 folks in chat.
6 folks in chat. Hello,
I think
6
number
folks
6
in
was
chat.
me opening the stream.
Probably. Hey, it's we have enough to do 3 and 3. That's 3 kobolds in a trench coat times 2.
Hi, Leo Flame. Good to see you.
Hey, Leo Flame.
First time chat from Lily Neko Maid. Hello, Lily.
Hello, Lily. No, that's because we're being a little quiet, Bronze. People had just gotten up to get their drinks and snacks for stuff. It's not you. It's just people being a little, you know. We are tabletop gamers. We have to have our snack. I'm sorry. Like, I remember a gaming group that I specifically brought sun chips to, and I would bring like 2 bags of the things, 2 different flavors, and I would go home with no sun chips.
I mean, that's my experience as well.
Frozen pizzas was always the bribe for my players.
No, we used to. It used to be various root beers. It used to be chips. It used to be. We'd get those the cheapest like Little Debbie's snack things. Not even Hostess. Yeah, we were so many things, so many snacks. That
Yeah,
probably
little
explains
little
why.
Debbie's.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Little Debbie's. What I remember, I had a monk player that I played with growing up, and he would just eat like a whole box of like zebra cakes in one session.
Jesus.
That's a lot of zebra cakes.
That's worrying.
No, it's the my gamer lifestyle is probably the reason for my health problems. Well, some of them anyway.
Yeah, yeah. You let me know when you're ready. You let me know when you've had a day where you're not sick, and we'll go climbing the next day. I'll change my schedule and everything.
Okay. I, it's probably going to be Saturday at the earliest. Because strep is just nasty.
Ooh,
Um,
is that what it is? Strep?
that's what I well they said bacterial infection of your throat. And basically, there's only a
So strep
couple of
then.
those. So strep, yeah, that was kind of so strep. Well, okay, strep, right? Yeah, but well, write me a fucking note so when I go into work that they will understand why why I'm not coming in for 2 days because
Yeah.
well, isn't that where you need to go to get your prescription? Yes, but I have exactly the same medicine and some of it at home, so I'm gonna take it for 24 hours and try and kill the enough of it that I can go in without fear of getting people sick. Yeah, I went in today and I told my HR manager, yeah, it's strep. And he's like, really? Like, he didn't believe me. Like, yes, it's strep. Here's my doctor's note. That's why I'm here to pick. That's why I came in. I came in so I can pick up. I came in to open, but also because I have to be here. Uh, I also came in to pick up antibiotics. He's like, oh, well, you should definitely go home then. Well, yes, that's my thinking. As soon as you get your prescription, you should go home and take care of yourself. Can't do that until the pharmacy's open at
Mhm.
9:30.
Yeah, I don't understand why we in America don't have all our pharmacies. We have all our
We,
convenience stores and all our grocery stores. What
we
the hell is wrong with us?
so it depends on what state you're in. Um, there's quite a few pharmacies in California that are 24 hours. They're not dedicated pharmacies. They're like Walgreens. But here, like everything, even most pharmacies close at like between 5 and 6, at least of all the even the busy places I know. Um, and I'm just like, that's not
Yeah.
useful.
I miss when Walmart was 24 hours.
There
It
are
depends on
no 24-hour shops in my area as far as
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
you're in the UK. Shops close, and I appreciate that.
um there's some Walgreens. I mean, there are very few places stay open 24 hours anymore. Because the money just doesn't exist to make that happen on a regular basis.
Waffle
Uh,
House does.
what was that? Waffle? Yeah, but that's Waffle House. Like Waffle House is like, no, a Cat 4 Hurricane, no problem. We'll still be open. Um, yeah, like fucking Waffle House. Like, a thing is bad when the Waffle House is closed. Like, there are places in the U.S. that are like, oh, the Waffle House is closing. We better get out of town. Like,
Well, apparently Waffle House will stay open during the Illuminate invasion of Super Earth.
Yes,
yes.
yes. Waffle House actually put out like I gotta go find it. Waffle House put out a social media post that said during the invasion of Super Earth by the Illuminate, Waffle House deems this a level 3 problem. We're not closing, but we are putting the bulletproof glass up, and I'm just like,
However,
Waffle House, what the fuck?
Fee, you posted a picture that is quite disturbing.
Oh, the
Oh yeah, the OJ.
the $25 OJ.
Yeah,
That was for 25 bucks.
that is actually a thing. Because we live in a hellscape of climate change and tariffs.
Well,
So-
I was going to say there were plenty of oranges to be picked from the trees, but no one to pick the oranges.
Not entirely the problem, actually. The biggest problem is the citrus greening disease, which is a really major issue. Yeah, you can't so for it is so bad, and it's going to get worse because now we don't have funding for federal organizations. It was so bad that you could not. It was illegal for you to take cuttings from any citrus tree at all, oranges, limes, whatever, to graft it onto another citrus tree without it going through extensive testing. The tree and the branch, as it turns out,
Wow.
because it's just decimating the orange trees and citrus trees. Has been for years. But there's that's part of it. The tariffs are part of it. A lot of our oranges come up from Brazil, apparently. And then of course you have the whole crackdown on immigrants thing going on, which is also causing the price to jump. I'm honestly surprised that more produce hasn't had its price jump, actually.
Yeah, I'm suspecting that in some areas, dairy products are about to go up in price because without the immigrant workers to help milk the cows, the farmer owners are left having to do it themselves at 4 in the morning.
Except that some of that is automated now. So it's warm up the cups, put the cups on, turn on the machine, and walk away. It is not as labor intensive as it was even just 20 years ago. Yeah. There's automated picking systems too that they're working on, or that exist, I should say, that aren't great.
No, but who knows what we'll get in the future with such systems.
Well, technology advances every day.
Yeah. But yeah, I saw that $25 price tag. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And then all the other juice flavors, the other flavored drinks from that company are like $3.50 something.
Yeah. Well, that's still twice as expensive as it used to be.
Oh yeah, still not cheap, but.
So I've just had I've just had one of my characters from my original novels described to me. Hori can be described as a flying pillow filled with seething hatred.
A flying pillow full of seething hatred.
Yes.
I can't see where any of that could possibly go wrong.
So I picked up a replacement hard drive for one of my magnetic drives recently, and because I know the price is going to go up, I bought the largest one I could, and I couldn't resist making a dick joke with it. The name of the drive is "I Like Big Discs."
I like the drive.
I like the drive too.
Classy.
Hey, I have my moments where I am lewd and absolutely. I mean, what can you expect from a refugee from the furry fandom, especially the late '90s and early 2000s furry fandom? So I have my moments.
So how big a disc is it?
4 terabytes.
Yee.
Like I said, I like big discs.
It is a massive drive.
Yeah.
Dude.
My biggest is only a 5.
Yeah, I have. If I totaled up the storage on this machine, people would weep. this machine it has a stupid amount of storage.
Well,
Hell,
if you're 3D printing, I'd
that's not
imagine
too bad.
that a lot of it's those files.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 3 terabyte drive just full of files. It's mostly not sorted, which is the biggest problem I have with it.
Oh,
Oh, you are lucky we do not live locally. I would go hog wild to sort folders full of 3D bulk drives. That is what I do for fun, and yes, I know how bad that sounds.
Hey, to each their own. I am a magnet for chaos. We would probably either strangle each other or absolutely learn to rely on each other in codependency.
so Alvin, for being that much into wanting to organize the files, there is one word you would get here in the States: nerd.
Oh, believe me, we have that word in the UK as well, and I was called it religiously.
Hello,
Oh.
Solar. How are you? All right, I think this is everything. Let's find that Fluttershy model for Fee. Since it did not print successfully, and I am queuing up a new print job. Fuck. I am going to have to rescale it again, because it is too big. Actually, hold on. I know what I have. We'll slice this, and we'll deal with it later.
Sorry about that. I take my dishes up.
You haven't logged into Warframe in a while. For the longest time, it was the game of choice for everyone I played with.
It's one of those games where, like, I like it when there's new story, but as soon as I finish the new story, I'm kind of meh.
Right? Yeah, yeah. Because the grind sucks. Like, don't get me wrong. I love all the story stuff. I love even some of the lore that comes with some of the grind, but it is absolutely.
Yeah.
It can be
Is the
referred to as
Elite
one of two
Dangerous
games.
problem?
It's either fashion frame or grind frame, depending on.
Yeah, it's up there with a lot of video games I've looked at and gone, that looks really cool, and also way too much to get into without serious commitment.
Indeed. I played what? Also, hi. Oh, wow.
Hello.
Everyone's here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put over 1,000 hours into it back when most of what we were doing was like group story missions, because some of the story stuff was able to be done as groups.
So, like, to describe my problem here, so I was doing Fjord Casual over on YouTube, which is where I just talk and rant about stuff, because I talked about this last night. And I'm going to talk about it again in the podcast this week when we record it tomorrow with Ginger over on Warhammer of Silliness. But what I find is a lot of games haven't mastered an old game thing, I guess you could call it, called Make the Grind Illusionary. Like, Warframe's grind is the same mission. Exact same level loadout, maybe slight tiny differences, but for the most part it's the same map, same mission, over and over and over and over and over again.
Right, I'm trying to remember. There was
You're different enough, honestly.
Well,
But
unless you do 400 hours of them, then.
yeah,
Then they blur together, but then they just fall into the line of tile sets.
but once you have to run the same mission like 10 times, you're done for the day. And I'll let you talk in a moment, Doodle.
Sure.
I apologize. I'm trying to get the
No,
thought
it's
put
fine.
together.
Go put the thought together.
So
I'm trying to hold on to mine.
and Elite Dangerous has the same problem where you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, and there's no change in scenery, no change in nothing. And older games had this mastery of creating the illusion that you're not grinding. I was playing World of Warcraft last night, and it creates the illusion you're not grinding by making it where you're getting, even though you're doing the exact same thing, you're killing mobs or you're going and finding stuff and bringing it back. You're always finding something different. You're going to a different location and you're killing a different mob. And on top of that, it's a different thing you need to get from the different mob. And the quest always has different text to it. So you don't have to listen to the same voice line 100 times either.
Right.
And that's what newer games seem to have forgotten. Okay, Doodle, what's your thought?
Well, I had 3 originally, and I've lost 2 of them.
I'm sorry.
That's yeah. So I kind of have my only problem with World of Warcraft and with Old Republic, which is very similar to World of Warcraft, is their gameplay sucks. Yes, the grind is illusionary, but they're still using early 2000s MMO mechanics. No, I was gonna say there are modern games that do grind right. Come on, brain. Gunfire is one of them, actually. The grind. There is a grind in order to level things up in Gunfire Reborn. And sure, after a few hundred hours, it gets repetitive, but you don't. They focused on that. What was it? 5 minutes of action or 5 minutes of endorphins that the first Halo had. And they do it really well over and over and over again. So, you come around a corner, there's a mob, you throw in a grenade and start hosing them down, and there's that moment of adrenaline spike. But there was a grind to level up your characters in it, and it works out pretty well. I think that was my main thought. Was that there are some modern games that get it right, but yeah, AAA games generally don't. The grind or microtransactions are so obvious and so in your face that they're just no fun when you hit that point.
You can tell when something stops being I want them to grind so they can earn this thing versus I want them to grind so they can get plate. More runtime. And it's not necessarily that Warframe, I wouldn't necessarily accuse of that, but it's in that direction when compared to World of Warcraft.
The major difference that you all seem to be forgetting is that one of them required a monthly subscription service, and the other is quite literally completely free to play.
That is also.
Except that I like the free-to-play one better.
That's the thing. I have made one purchase with Platinum, and it is because I played the entirety of the story, felt bad because, dear God, DE is such a good company. They have their faults, but, well, Bethesda, but also had a 75% off coupon.
No, you're right.
Anyway.
You're right about the
I
completely
shouldn't
free to
laugh
play
because,
part.
well, I shouldn't laugh because I have the same perspective on buying Platinum from them. I buy Platinum from them when I have like a 50% off or 75% off coupon.
Mm-hmm. Also, just to confirm, it's Warframe that's free, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's been a very long time since I played Warframe, so played it significantly.
Anyway,
I never really say I played it a lot. I got enough to. I always would go far enough that I could really mess around reliably uh, in the first. I wasn't actually there for the first when the first open worldish area you can explore through, adjacent to a town where you can go across the map and the daytime will change.
Oh, I forget the name of it, but it's on Earth.
Yeah, the one on Earth. That
Fetus.
Thank you.
I wanted to catch up to where Vital was so that we could run missions in 1999, and over the course of 3 months? 4 months? Less than 5 months. Went from pre the second dream to 1999. So, yes, I understand. It is absolutely grindy, but as long as you pace yourself, it's not. The burnout's not terrible.
No,
I don't want to talk about real grind. Talk about RuneScape.
yeah, okay, fair. But when I was playing it, like it was all we were playing for the longest time. So we would be like, "Hi," we'd log in and, "Hey, love, what missions should we do tonight? What should we grind tonight? Oh, we're doing relics tonight. Okay, well, there's 8 hours of my time gone." And it was like that every night for probably a year.
Cooperative gambling.
Yeah, well, okay, so about that, you know why they took out the randomizer for the Kubro fur colors and patternings?
Cooperative gambling.
Yes, yeah, it was $1 or it was like a credit or 10 credits or something like that. They didn't realize that they'd made a slot machine,
whoopsie.
and it was like it might have been like a platinum. It might not have been. It might have actually been real money currency. And they someone spent something like 1,000 platinum on a single night after they released it, and the following Monday they're like, "Guys, we created a slot machine. We need to remove it." So and they
Oh no, Pachinkas.
yeah, no, bronze. They cared. They have made a very, very concerted effort to not make anything blocked 100% behind real world money.
There is one thing, and I am actually okay with it, and it is the stuff that they launched when they did their pre-release Kickstarter 12 fucking years ago, when they released Excal Prime, the Lotto Prime, and the Skana Prime. Those will never exist again, and I'm legitimately okay with that.
Yeah, they don't offer any bonuses either over the regular stuff you can pick up. They are literally just cosmetic at this point. And how do I know that? Because I have them. I'd forgotten that I had an Excalibur Prime. Because I'd sold it. Got rid of it because I needed the Warframe slot.
That's like selling a Zorus for credits.
At the time, it was no big deal. I needed the Warframe slot, and I don't like Excalibur as a frame.
Okay, that's fair. I love Excal, but it's trash.
When I realized I had the 2 weapons that came with the package, this was like 8 or 9 years later. I'm like, hey, I have these weapons. They're not supposed to exist anymore in the game. How do I have these weapons? And I reached out to DE and I said, you guys have record of purchases? They're like, yeah. Okay. Did I buy this? Yes, you did, and you should have this. So they gave it back to me with a Warframe slot. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I have that. But yeah, it was one of their, because I think I played their demo, their pre-release demo.
That is genuinely magical. I'm not even remotely surprised. Hey, hun, I found someone who has Excal Prime. It's Doodle. Because of fucking course it's Doodle.
Anyway, Now that we
The look
are...
on her face and just shrug.
Now that we're all here, hi everyone.
Hi everyone.
I am
Sorry.
going to hand Cletus his beer and turn it over to Cletus to remind everyone what the hell happened last week.
I'm gonna grab a cough drop and get ready to go.
Cletus?
Oh, do me best with me, rebellious lungs.
Hold on. I have... It's not Twitty, it's Cletus. There we go. Okay, that's better. Continue.
Wait, you put the wrong icon up? Oh my. I tell you, you're drinking too much of your bathtub gin. In all honesty. But I will do my best, because if I start coughing, I have to hit the mute button because my coughs are quite loud. Very, very loud. But last session, the party's little deception worked very nicely. Confused the hell out of the rats, while they made their secret attacks, which were quite devastating, as well as the fact that the fighting got going. Although the bear did charge in and did take a good hit. But they have been killing things. The storm vermin have not been as effective as you would think they would be. And a couple of the rat ogres were knocked out. Although I do believe that there is a surprise rat ogre coming. But a lot of the slave rats were attempting to flee rather than face the wrath of a strange group, and especially Niar, the rat wielding the glowing hammer with righteous smiting going on, thanks to Albion's rifle work. So things have been doing well. The group has done pretty good considering, but we'll see now, because allegedly this group of rats might actually have something a bit more brutal than Diggy Ogres, the Diggy Ogre rats. We'll see. It's up to what happens. The audience is paid into some bosses, and the Moon must abide, since he is the GM, and the donations were there.
Wait, what?
Certain critters. What?
There
Wait,
were no
new bosses?
donations for bosses. There was none. Unless
The-
you're about to do it, Linzabi, and you're just
the-
preempting
the-
yourself.
The fear in her voice. Like, no, please don't send any bosses.
I mean,
Okay,
I could do it.
we have
I could
a,
do it. I can sabotage
we have-
us.
Oh my god, we have 6 mid-level enemies and 1 named enemy, aka probably mini-boss, on the docket.
And therefore,
I
he
think
counts
that's
as a boss, even if he's a mini-boss.
That's...
So, we'll see how the party deals with all of this, because they've been able to take care of the lower grade bosses, like the standard rat ogres, and kill them. And I am going to go and deal with my rebellious lungs, because, trust me, your ears will get blown out if I cough.
valid. Let us pray that the foul god Nurgle has not taken,
Uthro
is not attempting to take Cletus.
It'd be a tragedy.
So all this Warframe talk has convinced me to go and patch Warframe.
Oh no.
Ha!
I'm probably not gonna log in and play, but
You know what that is the. You know what? Let's talk about these ups and downs, some critiques and good memories for Warframe. You know what that means? I need to play it immediately.
No.
it's more of
That's how it goes, really.
I mean, it's more of I need to get this up to date just in case I want to play it. Like,
Okay. I have the magic words. Because anyone who knows this game, if I just say the title, you'll feel the need to install it.
Not Skyrim.
Vampire: The Masquerade Bloodlines.
I'm so thankful I don't have that game.
Never
so
played
that
it.
would
I
require me to
love that
dig out
game.
the CDs.
I have it on Steam. It's
Well, it seems that the party has forgotten that they are in the depths in the middle of Rat City.
Anyway,
So
No.
tonight, everyone, it's going to be a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline stream. We're sorry to gaslight you.
right.
Oh,
No,
good, I
we're
finally
gonna
get to
keep
break
this
out my
stream up,
trivia.
and we're gonna project it over the map. We'll watch it like a movie with little minifigures.
Now, in the meantime, let's do introductions. Hi. Hello, I am Lucia Blick. I am the Ice Witch of Kislev. Out of character, I am your streamer, and Fiora, and I do things that make explosions. I am going to state this. Moon gets an extra monster and 2 fate points. God damn it, Moon has full fate points and he gets an extra monster. Got it.
Excellent. I'm just going to start assigning the monsters fate point pools.
I'm going to state this in no uncertain terms before we begin. That tip bar at the top, I really need to fill it before the end of the week because I need to pay someone a bunch of money for VTuber stuff, and it's a budget hole I did not account for. Anyway, next up, Doodle.
That would be me. That would be me. Hi. Hello, everyone. I am Thesserau, human of Lustria, and protector of Niaro, apparently, which is really antithetical to who I am, who I'm wired to be, not necessarily who I am. And I am Doodle, and I am dealing with the remnants of strep throat, so I may not be able to be as active as I've noted. And I'm looking at dropping some coin into this chat thing here. What do I want to give us? Hey Moon, what would you do with an extra boss?
I don't know if I would save it. I don't know if I would save it for a rainy day or proceed to find a way to give you all interesting loot in the form of a harder fight.
I'll have to think about that. Next!
Yes, hello. I have the pleasure to be Albion this evening, and I shall be playing Oscar Hertzsprung, minor noble of the House Hertzsprung of Nuln, and currently sniping rats like there's no tomorrow, which, if I don't keep shooting, there probably won't be. I just hope we get out of this alive. So, next.
I am Rental Aphid, and I have the pleasure to be Rodolin, the wandering wizard who presently has taken custodianship of a rather large quantity
I probably
of
shouldn't be doing this,
warpstone.
but I don't want the party to die due to the DMB
I can only
evil.
imagine what trickery we're going to get up to when we decide that this warpstone must serve against its masters.
Players, we have been given 3 fate points.
Among another dozen things like scouting, scrying, and the works. But they... Next up.
I am Sir Andre Morehire. Pleased to join you all. I am Defender of the Weak and Slayer of Creatures Most Foul. And today, my work is cut out for me. With many a foul creatures. And if the tips are to be believed, more on the way. And then, Cletus, if he's able.
Yes. And I am Lenzabi. I do the voice of Cletus, your recapper and occasional annoyer. But anyway, and now I give it to Moon because he must introduce himself.
Yes, hello. Hello, Moon. Hello, Moon. I'm good, Rat Lord. Yes. I'm here, rats. Yes. Send out rats, heat man things, steel man things, shiny bits. Steel, yes, good. Good, yes.
All right. Well, it's all yours, Moon. Whenever you would like to start, wherever you would like to start us in this battle that I am describing as Rat Fight City. We have Knife Fight City. Now we have Rat Fight City.
Honestly, I just keep feeling that the theme song for this should be Kiss's Detroit Rock City. And it's time for Moon to unpause the battle.
Yeah, who did we leave it on last time? Was it top of the round?
I think he left it at the top.
Yeah, we left it at the
All
top.
right,
It was
Then
it was
that-
top of the round.
then that means that we started out on Jan Oscar as me. Let me take a moment and assess the battlefield. Let's see. All of this blue permeating the battlefield is where
The
Rodolin
stream
last time had allowed
has been
water
on
vapor and smoke
5
to
seconds
condense.
until
It
detonation.
provides a bit of
More loot,
concealment to
more loot, more
anyone
loot.
fighting within, and it more or less makes it impossible for someone ranged to, say, shoot Nori from the back row. Let's see. The remainder of the forces here are.
So a boss has been added. Moon, a second boss has struck the tower. Although the tipper specifically specified the second boss must have, and I quote, more loot, more loot, more loot, and they spelled loot 3 different ways.
Yes, I did.
Well,
And I would have
Oh,
used Puss in Boots doing the big cute eyes because that was a GIF option, but I didn't want to sign up for Streamlabs Pro.
oh dear God. All right. Well, still, that leaves things in the capable hands of Oscar. The Slavens, the Slaven Scaves, the Skavan slaves. There we go. Miners having all moved to huddle in the safety of the smoke. The group behind him reinforcing the rear to ensure that a surprise attack won't find a knife in his back.
Sounds good.
But the pathway there forward is clear. The Skaven that are littering the floor having fallen to either his shot or someone else's attack.
Right, so Oscar is going to move up to join the others. He's going to use his movement to get up to this pillar here. No, don't do that, please, Oscar. Please stay upright.
Please, Oscar, please do not connect with the pillar.
And looking ahead of me, I can, so just reminding myself of the situation as well as Oscar assessing it. We've got Andre dueling Big Boss Skaven.
Indeed.
Backed up by Lucia. We've got Thess and Nyaro dueling a pair of clan rats.
Also, indeed. They appear to be slightly better armed than the fallen clan rats around the floor, but don't appear to possess the standard bulkier frame or black fur of a storm vermin.
Well, knowing what I know about Skaven behavior, taking out the leaders is often the most expedient way, so muttering an apology to Andre under my breath for interfering with his honorable duel, I line up a shot on the big boss.
Delightful.
Oh, goody, I love penalty shooting.
That is a miss. Do I... Yeah, I want to hang on to fate points for now, so I'll accept that as a miss.
We have group fate points. You can spend them. Is
We
that
do actually.
is that a rattling gunner team?
Maybe.
Fear.
Oh, that's much better. That is a 2.
That's a critical
for
hit.
spending a group fate. Yes, it is. Thank you, whoever bought us the fate points.
We now have 2 fate points remaining.
Go ahead, that is an auto crit, or that is auto wrath. They aren't going to be able to dodge as they are unaware of your presence.
Okay, I need to set this up real quick, so let me clone this.
First
Yeah.
one is a 5.
So in the event that you spend a audience fate point. Just take it from this one and throw it to the one next to the GM screen. That way you guys can see how many we have left.
So that's 5 plus 7 plus 4 for a total of 16 damage to his right arm.
Sweet mother of God.
He had a right arm.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Oh, that right arm's already been beaten up a bit too.
So from sniper games, I'm referred to as dick shot. Are we going to refer to Oscar as bicep shot?
Right
Call him
through
shoulder-
the bone.
I think limb shot could work quite well.
Ooh, no.
Rim shot,
Shoulder blaster.
I was shoulder blasters, shoulder break,
Oscar the Oblique Obliterator.
shoulder shot.
The disarmor.
Ooh.
You know, there are some fancy trick shooters who are really fancy and they'll like shoot a sword out of someone's hand. Oscar just shoots the hand off.
So you can see where the thing's beginning to swell with muscle and rage. You blast around through the back of its arm, and it is forced to drop that heavy halberd. It'll only be able to make a single attack with it as a very cumbersome weapon. But its right arm had already taken a minor injury with that dead-on shot. That arm's, without giving medical attention, it's an aren't.
The arm is going to be a distant memory.
You've got your opening, Andre. Bring him down. And yeah, that's my turn.
Oh, dear God. Okay. Let's see. That brings it around. They still don't know it's Nyaro. Well. He's just gonna square off with the one he's been fighting. Come on, you little wacky rat bastard. Oh God!
I saw that.
I'm so glad someone saw that. I rolled them. I rolled them right into the dice pouch.
I mean, I think we've all done it at least once.
Okay.
I know I have.
Alright. So, I don't care what that was. Nyaro flubbed the strike. Spends the other half for a parry stance.
It's actually
Andre.
a smart move given how many are against us.
Oh, yeah, no, it's... Nyaro's not dumb, and clan rats don't survive long if they are too old.
Oh, time to finish this.
I have been handed the man Oscar's going to become at this rate.
Hey, Cletus, would you roll me, do you have a dice or access to a dice roller anywhere? I'd like you to roll me a d10, please.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I can only access Rolim, as I mean.
Oh, that's more than fine.
Oh no, is Cletus deciding our fate?
Cletus is deciding something.
Can I wedge a complaint?
Rolim?
Can I wedge a complaint that Cletus weighted the dice?
I can't find my cat to bap around the dice, so unfortunately your fate lies with the drunk.
So, I type roll and then a backslash.
Nope,
and
you
then
just type 1d10.
1d10.
Uh-huh.
All right. I believe I hit twice.
Okay.
First one is 43.
Here
Second
we
is 23.
go.
I am
All
scared.
right.
I am scared.
Oh, you should be.
Ooh, 10 out of 10.
Oh,
This is
fantastic.
running hot.
All right. Perfect.
So, what did I win?
A problem for the rest of them. I need to see a D5 to see who this is going to.
Oh, this will make it interesting.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Rodolin. Okay.
Oh,
Andre, while you are swinging upon them, Rodolin, standing near this fallen and highly damaged clan rat. Oh, there we go. Come on, Tile, work with me here.
No, the tile refuses.
Yeah, it really does, actually. I'll have to lock and move it down manually. From the cracks and the crevices where the other Skaven had been digging out the rock earlier, a swarm of smaller sewer rats erupt out from underneath and begin to swarm under feet. They mainly begin to start ripping and tearing at the fallen clan rat. However, it isn't too long before one runs over your feet once, and then you feel the faintest of nibbling at the back of your ankles. I'll have to deal with this when it comes around to your turn, but Andre, you swung twice. It was a 12 and a what?
I got a 43 and a 23.
Okay. It's gonna try and just dodge the first one. Actually, no. Actually, no. It's enraged. It can't dodge. I think he can't dodge. I know they can't parry. Alright. Do thine damage. Swingeth upon the big rat.
Alright, that's 11 to the right arm. And 7 to the right arm.
It's going to have to be 7 to the torso. You said it was 11 to the right arm?
11 and 7.
11. Oh, no. That is... Oh, okay, yes. So... Okay, do you want the good news or the bad news?
I'll take the good news first.
Okay, good news. What right arm?
Oh.
That's good.
The bad news. The sword continues on swinging through the right arm into the torso, where it effectively clangs off of the armor around the Skaven's chest.
Alright.
It also just seems largely annoyed by the fact that it's missing an arm now.
I will spend a fate point on a parry stance.
That is good. That was a...
And that'll be my turn.
Let's see, that is... You beating this thing to shit. That's Rao.
Ah, excellent. I am going to attack this clan rat right in front of me, because I would like to keep Niaro alive.
That's good.
I think I'm currently doing mace and sword. I haven't switched over to mace and board yet. I think that's what I'm gonna like. I think I'm gonna use my quick stow and change to mace and shield. Which means I'm only making one attack this round because shield.
Smart. However, free parry.
I'm going to spend the audience fate point. Where are they? Is that an audience fate point?
Yes, they're over here in the thing.
In the thing.
Right in front of your character sheet. I'm literally...
rattling.
All right. I was looking at the referee fate points. I was going to steal one.
No.
Just take one out.
Where do I put it?
Just next to it.
Okay, there.
That way we can reuse them easily. Referee, here's your fate points are in the thing in front of the GM screen.
Yay.
Good thing I spent that fate point. I went from a miss to a hit.
Yay.
And this is 1d10 impact damage, so I need to roll twice. That is also a that is a right arm hit. Okay, hold on. I got to roll to confirm. That is a cocked die. That is a 41 flat, which was a confirm. So let me roll another d10. So 16 points to the right arm to this clan rat in front of me.
First of all, great googly moogly. Second of all, they are going to try and parry that.
Okay.
However, I have a feeling, even if they do, you are going to shatter their shield.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it is coming in on the right arm. So turning in, I don't know what arm they have their shields on.
Let's see. You're coming in on the right. Are you swinging at the one in front of you?
Yes.
It has a shield on its right arm.
Okay. Well, good. Here, have a mace.
Ooh, she found a lefty.
Yeah. It is a Southpaw Skavan. What is your parry?
That's a spicy rat.
It's 40.
Halfway
Where's my
decent
dice?
chance.
Well, it's the shield, primarily. It's 30 without the shield. No, that's a 55. Standard Skaven is not worth a fate point. 16.
Did you just say a standard Skaven is not worth a fate point?
Yes.
It's not.
Damn.
I mean, Skaven are basically like how I used to treat shrews in my Redwall campaign. They come in 6-packs.
Okay, the Skaven I can understand, but the poor shrew, goddamn.
Hey, just think of it this way. In Skaven culture, most of the slave rats and the regular clan rats are like Doritos. Kill all you like. We'll just make more.
They do, constantly.
Long-time Redwall fan, I understand the shrews come in 6-packs thing. In the most affectionate way possible.
Yes.
My favorite character was a shrew.
I like shrews, but they're always in tribes, and they have to come in 6-packs because they die so easily. It's very hard for player characters to play one.
All right.
Have fun playing as a pack of shrews as a single character.
Well, bad news. It's
Okay,
still
that sounds
holding
actually
on
really
to,
fun, though.
It's still holding on to the shield. Good news. That arm has been completely incapacitated.
Oh, okay. Good. And I do not have the defend other, but my whole purpose to be here was to draw aggro for Niaro.
Congratulations.
I have successfully done this.
Had you rolled a few more points of damage, there was a non-zero chance of horizontal bifurcation. Which is not actually possible, but, well, not equilaterally.
I decapitated someone with my mace before, so...
Facts. All right. However, with that, it becomes I need to move. All right. You cooperate with me. Nope. Excellent. Of course, it wouldn't do that. There we go. Just grab the 2D token. The 2D, I don't have a better rat gunner. Wait. I think that's a lie. Oh, yeah, no, they are not rat gunner. They are something else. All right. The pair of them make their way out. Where are they? Do. I had it like 30 seconds ago. There. There we go. Okay. Right, that's why I couldn't find. Okay, so they both need to wait. Were they blunderbusses? Is that why I couldn't remember them? Because they're basically Skavan blunderbuss. Right, I think that's why I managed to remove that temporarily from my head. Well, let's go Skavan blunderbuss.
I don't like that sentence.
Yeah, the thing about the GM talking to himself with sentences like that do not sit well with me.
Yes, GM thought processes, but hooked to his mouth. It's awesome.
Skavan blunderbuss. Okay, they do, in fact, function. Like a thunder. Okay. So, I need to go to blunderbuss.
Yep, it's a three square wide or 3 hex wide line.
Yeah, it's a dodge test to,
Yep, dodge blow if you got it, or agility if you don't, I think.
Okay, well, you hear something off to the side, and it sounds like some slightly different squeaking, but it's suddenly punctuated with Nyaro looking up to you and yelling, "Drop, move! They shoot, jump, jump!"
Okay, hold on. We're there. Where are we? There. And it's coming from that direction? Okay. Can I make a dodge roll to put myself to shield Nyaro from harm?
Sure, Nyaro is attempting to hit the floor.
Okay. If he fails, he's gonna take damage. So.
Holy shit, he passes with flying colors.
Okay, good. In which case, I'm just blowing to dodge then. Okay, I've got a pretty good dodge blow. My rolls have not been entirely shit tonight. That is successful.
All right.
We still have no table underneath our character sheets.
Correct. I have not had a chance to figure out how to. I've tried to fix that twice and just have not been able to figure it out.
No,
So
it's fine. I think it's funny because I just rolled the die off the table.
So what I'm going to likely do is when we finish the fight and everything and are ready to remove this map, we'll remove it and then I will go in and reload back to before we had this map and just copy everyone's character sheet and replace them.
Abracazoo, abracazor. I use the old magic. Power word, floor.
Nice. So yeah, I save. Are any other PCs in the area of effect?
Hang on.
Oh,
It's-
are there
It's
any
not us.
enemies in the area of effect? Because it'll hit them too.
I was just thinking that too. Skaven don't tend to discriminate.
Well, and the weapon very specifically does not.
One could say that the blunderbuss is a very inclusive weapon. It
Uh,
It is a to whom it may concern kind of weapon.
so
All expenses paid.
all right, they're going. No. Oh no. So they're using this as a funnel, which means it shrinks it down to a one cone line. However, because of that, there is all of this in the way. Lucia, there is some hot stone that comes flecking its way past your head, and on the other side, you can see bits of rubble, a brazier falling over, Nyaro and Fess jumping backwards, moving around to the side. As you hear what can only be described as fastly spinning, fast oscillating machine parts.
Mm-hmm. Lucia instinctively ducks away from the fast oscillation noises because that sounds bad. I'm assuming that there's a lot of bang bang flying into the room.
Oh yeah,
Do I need to dodge?
you don't actually. You are just outside the line.
Oh,
I'm gonna
okay.
move us back lately. Yeah.
So, it sounds like the rats have finally brought up their gun that goes. "Brrr."
Is it shooting green stuff or is it just lead?
There. It is not a continuous stream of green. There's a few of them loaded in here or there, but there's enough lead in the shot that it's mostly being used as tracer rounds.
A terrifying concept.
I kind of want it.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, upgrade to my blunderbuss. Rapid fire blunderbuss. Except it's crew served, I bet.
We just need to hire some gremlins for you.
Let's see.
Or I need to
There's
raise my strength.
another one that is loading into position. Ah. If I can get these upright, that would be delightful.
So now things have been served up from mild to spicy.
There are two moving in on a stone or on a outcropping on a grassy knoll up above overlooking up on a stone overlook where there was a mining operation occurring.
Wait, what?
This is the mining area. Oh wait, is that vital? That was somebody.
That was vital.
Yeah. I just heard someone say, "Oh wait, what?" And
You know what? Nope, screw it. That one is lying down. They are moving into a better shooting position because I can't get that fucking token to stand up. But there is movement, marshaling, and in some broken Queekish, you hear the rest of whatever is being moved out from here. I say broken Queekish, I meant to say broken Reichspiel. And you hear the sound of everything in here.
Move, leave, outside. You will fight. You will attack the man things.
There is the sound of arming and a rushing of underfed, emaciated Skavans start pouring out from this area. However, that is the bulk of their turn. Mori.
Mori, huh? Well, I know about how well this was gonna go. So the rat that Mori pinned down is dead, right?
Exceptionally.
Okay. And something just shot in my direction, right?
There would have been hot flying stone. There probably would have been a few bits or a few rounds that went stray past your head. Yep.
Mori's perception is exceptionally good. So he does see where that came from. I rolled the dice, and he succeeds by a degree because of keen senses.
Is that with the penalties for being enraged?
Oh, let me check. Does Rage have perception penalty? Because he is currently enraged and out of control. Let's see.
I know it's got Fellowship, Ballistics, and Int, but I don't know if there's anything else.
Let's see here. No. Frenzy, here we go. Strength and willpower bonus, weapon skill and intelligence penalty that would reduce his perception. So no, he does not detect it.
Wait, it's a what and what penalty?
Intelligence and willpower and the weapon skill and intelligence penalty. But it is a strength bonus.
Alright, so plus 20 to strength, toughness, weapon skill, and willpower, and minus 20 to fellowship, intelligence.
No. Plus 20 to strength, toughness, and willpower. Minus 10 to weapon skill and intelligence.
Oh. Okay.
Isn't perception intelligence based?
Yep. So he does not actually detect where that comes from.
Alright, so there is... Mori hears a lot of sound coming in that direction, but it's just such a continued keening barrage that he's not able to properly lock in on what over there is making the noise.
Okay. In that case, where is the nearest enemy he can physically get to? This does not limit him from running someone over to get there.
It's the big Skaven boss.
Okay. So I
Who's
have
currently missing an arm.
So I have to make the opposed strength test against myself. So Mori charges me on a 99, and I fail on a 98. So Mori's the bigger creature. He automatically shows me out of the way.
Can we get a bowling pin animation of Lucia being thrown over by a bowling ball Mori?
That seems entirely appropriate. So Mori just shoves me out of the way. I am shoved to the ground. So I am actually knocked over.
Fuck, I can't. It lagged on me, or sorry about that. Discorded.
They don't stop coming.
Hey Rat Boy, the 8-digit paw hitting you. Yes. Do you want to dodge or parry?
Oh, that's a 26. Oh. Is it a counterattack?
Huh?
Good question.
That's a 2.
Hold on. Let me
That's a
check.
counterattack.
I think it is.
Yeah. If it's not, it should be. Let's see. Repost. Ah, yes. Spicy rules. Here we go. Optional rules. On a critical parry or dodge, the character may may elect to spend their one attack of opportunity for the turn to attack back. So it is a riposte, yes, if they wish.
On the upside, that's a 46. That does not hit you because he is enraged.
King Whir!
That would have hit him.
Why is the bear angry? The bear is angry. The Skaven is angry. The Skaven and the bear are both angry.
Bear angry. I repeat, bear angry.
The
Call that what do we call it? Code blue? Code brown? Nah, I can't say code brown. Applies something way too different.
There's just a snarl off.
Hello,
oh boy.
Catman.
Oh boy, it's the clan rats.
Hi, Catman. The clan rats go before Lucia? Shit.
They have the same initiative as Mori, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yep. So these ones that were over here. This one's injured. That was injured, but is going to urge this one on. So it's going to try and 2v1 Lucia and Niaro. Or Fess and Niaro. Fuck. Nope. It does not. Need to move a little bit of inspiration. And by that I mean a threat.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. The clan rat will reinforce out. Leaving it up. As they are just pulling everyone out of the mining operation to fight. There are screams of attack the man things and ooh, that does that actually hit? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, hey Nero, might be a good time to convince them to turn on their masters.
Oh, yes. Nero attempting to do the thing again.
You can do it, Yaniaro. I believe in you.
No, there's not enough of them. It does not hit. Okay. So he swings in. There's still a few of the Skaven slaves piling out. They're attempting to help reload the blunderbuss. And a few others are forming up to help the other rattling team. But they... Hello, Kitty. But they all, for the most part, stop. They can hear Niaro. They can see Niaro. They are confused by And I should put one up with each of them. They would have been tasked to come up.
Confused by a lizard folk and a fucking Skaven fighting on the same side.
Yeah, they're confused by everything that they see. It goes against the knowledge that they have. It goes against the thoughts that they have. Nyaro yells out something to the extent while parrying the hands, or parrying the... Did I lock this one? Yes, I did. Oh, while parrying the Skaven that comes over. Horned Rat, not here! Horned Rat, leave, you die! Man things here! Sigmar here! Sigmar help! Sigmar protect!
God, if he could glow golden glow right now, it'd be fucking amazing.
Well, the sword is still glowing, don't forget.
Oh yeah, shit,
There's
I did
a-
forget.
There's a flourish when he throws on the protect and parries away the very badly telegraphed hit.
I'd forgotten that it was still glowy.
Yeah, I unfortunately can't stop thinking about a rat folk paladin, so it just kind of lived in my head.
I mean, I'm sorry that I put it in your head at Gen Con forever ago. Like,
I thought he was wielding a hammer.
Or hammer, sorry, yes. Thank you.
yes.
That detail I did legitimately forget in the moment. That is
Yeah.
actually really important.
Yes, because impact damage is fucking amazing.
And a sword is a defensive weapon, so it would just be I hit you with my sword or I hit you with my shield, doesn't matter, I parry.
Right.
But let's see, he will have a chance to try and sway the masters the next turn. The bulk of the Skaven are moving out. Let's see. They're reinforcing in trying to move the miners that are huddling in the corner out. They are not above any means necessary. Lucia.
Lucia flying to the ground, gets up, looks... No, lays on the ground for a second, looks over. Morty, what the... Oh. That is very bad.
I'm
As
just
she
imagining I
sees
can hear-
more. Go ahead.
I'm just imagining her falling down, like she gets tossed up, and it's the Blair. She comes back down.
I was
Book
more
of
thinking
Leon,
of-
Morty!
I was more thinking of the puny god thing from Avengers.
All right.
I'm a god, you dull creatures! Thump, 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 thump.
Puny god.
Yep.
Lucia realizes the problem of this situation very quickly. She's only seen Mori pissed off once, maybe twice. Yeah. Let's see, what do I have? Do I have a way of calming him down, or is this just going to be a straight up handle animal thing?
Could be straight up handle animal. Unfortunately, he doesn't respond to sleeping lullabies.
Oh, good, good. I have Calm the Wild Beast. I did take that spell. Wonderful.
Handle child.
Handle child. Yes, yes, I need my handle child. Okay. That will have to be something that she does later. She takes a half action to stand up. And considering her position now is outside of the melee, she throws the knife in her hand at the Skaven who's missing an arm. And it flies off into the darkness. Hit. Gonna
Roll me a d10, please.
Gonna fate point that.
Oh, okay, that works.
Never mind. It flies into his crotch. It's a 27, which means it's a 72 on the location, which is the lower end of the body.
That's fine. We didn't want these Skaven to reproduce anyway.
Oh god. And it's hey Moon?
Yeah.
I'm rolling to confirm.
Hang on for 1 second. I gotta check one thing.
I'm holding on before I start throwing more dice.
Alright. So shooting into melee does impose a ballistic skill penalty.
Yes.
It is minus 20.
I thought it was minus 10.
No, it's a minus 20.
Oh well.
I know you're not. I know your knife is good,
Never mind. That's a miss.
but
Minus 10 would have hit, but minus 20 does not.
no. He is technically hulking. He's the same size as Maury.
Right. So is it plus 10 minus 20?
Yup, plus 10, minus 20, plus 10 for the knife.
So it hits.
It washes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So okay. So it does not confirm to do the extra damage. So it is just straight up 13 points.
Oh no. Only 13 whole points. Where'd you hit?
The 72, aka the lower part of the body. Apparently I cannot escape hitting things in the nuts.
Stab to the Pengus.
Stab to the Pengus.
Stab to the Pengus. 13. Let's see. That's armor. That's armor. What's that? Still. Yeah, I did not like that. Alright, I need. I think I point for the loss of the arm is it's just bleeding out now. Okay. So you whip the knife into it. It staggers back against the rock, shakes its head a little bit from the blood loss and the force of the blow. It's less that it's ready to go and more that it no longer knows how to stop. Why did I write Lucy?
Lucy.
Lucia. There we go.
Oh, I thought it was like a nickname.
Little Lucy.
That's what the high priestess who taught her was called. We called her Little Lucy.
Alright. So, Rattling.
Alright. Well, there's a lot of rats on my feet. But there's also a lot of rats over here.
Okay. Good news. One of the rats crawls over your feet. Bites you in the leg for 4 points. This can be
Okay.
completely soaked by armor and toughness if you have it.
I don't.
You have no armor and toughness?
I have toughness. I have no armor. At
Oh, okay.
present, anyway.
This is Rodolin. Him not having armor makes a little bit of sense.
I wasn't sure
mean,
if he was
after
wearing
all,
leather.
After all, he's an old man wearing a robe.
You know, I just wasn't sure if he was wearing leather leggings or something, leather boots or such. But,
Armor's really expensive, and I'm pretty sure that his class doesn't his starting class didn't give him any for free.
no.
Mine,
Like I said,
vaguely gives you armor, so I took the studded leather, but that's because
like I said,
Go
I
ahead.
was not sure if he had gotten boots or something to complement his old man feet.
I probably should have. I didn't think about it explicitly.
Well, that's all right. There's
Probably had the
always
opportunity. Yeah.
later.
Hope. Indeed.
But anyway, so continue on with your turn as you are.
Well, if they are going to be right here, I need to not be here. I'm gonna... Are they still pouring, or have they mostly begun to stop?
The rat's warm?
Yeah.
It's definitely still pouring in a little bit. I need to expand this out slightly.
Well, I am going to... If only I had a more damaging AoE, I could pop them. I could provide a bit of wind damage, but these guys... Oh, are these Skavan slave miners? Are they running into this room?
Yes, they are attempting. Something is effectively driving them out as they're pouring in. Some of them are moving in and attempting to stand at arms. Others are just moving in and scurrying forward,
hoping they don't get caught into the web of violence.
pretty much.
In that case, I know what I need to do. I'm going to move over here, outside this range of... Actually, we'll move over here. I may be vulnerable to these fools next time, but he's going to say, oh, well, I'm terribly sorry, mister. I'm terribly sorry about this. Small ones, and those in... And much less sorry for those who take hostility. But I can't have you reinforcing your compatriots now. And he's going to attempt to put a wind blast right over here in a this direction.
Hang on, let me see if I can get something. Come on, random ass tokens. Really need to get a little wind blast model. Alright. I will find something in that.
Did you say come on random ass token?
I did in fact say, come on random ass tokens, let's see what we have in here.
As Moon
Let's see
throws.
what we can.
Go ahead, Marilyn.
I completely lost my what I was going to say.
Fuck, I've done it to 2 people tonight. I am very sorry, y'all.
That's what it was. Meanwhile, trying to conjure Ruddle in a representation of his magic, while Ruddle in the back is like, "Come on, please work with me, magic. I'm quite need you now." What terribly sort of his concentration, a smile on his face, but his concentration slightly disrupted by the fact that he now has a torn open ankle.
I guess. Foiled by General Nibbles. And the Rat Cohort.
And what's that game? I mean, what's that game? The plague game. The rats will
Plague
literally
Tale.
eat you alive if you go into shadows.
Plague Tale.
How does Plague Tale? I mean, anyone who's seen Plague Tale long enough knows the General Nibbles must be a scary man if he can command that many fucking rats.
Do not underestimate the power of General Nibbles if you want to keep your ankles when all is said and done.
Turn my ass into a blended smoothie in all of 30 seconds if they had enough of them.
Alright, so, while it's not great, the token will work for the moment for... Oh, I think I can actually do that. And lower the opacity. Haha, I can. Let me raise the opacity slightly. Okay, so, how's that for a wind blast? Are you trying to make the thing further?
That works wonderfully.
That works really well. The unfortunate fact is, I made a I couldn't make the casting number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me just...
General Nibbles prevented the super trained, amazing wizard. General Nibbles says no.
Let me just...
To be fair, I mean... To be fair, you try doing intense calculations while you've got the equivalent of a permanent Lego stuck under your heel.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Not it. Alright. Why did you have to unlock memories of 11th grade math?
Ow, 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 ow. Oh no, that is a new kind of pain. I did not realize we could get core memories as pain.
Of course they can. It's called.
I was gonna say maybe we could try waxing Rottling with super glue.
I mean, super glue was initially invented to heal to close wounds. Wait, waxing Rottling with super glue. What do you mean?
I would like to point out you have unlocked a second core memory, and I remember how much it hurt, but also how good it felt inside. Thank you. The day before I started full-time transition, I had spent 5 months growing a full Manchu so we could wax it.
Brutal.
That hurt like hell, but oh fuck did it feel good afterwards. And it has lasted basically my entire life after that point. I have to shave like once every other day or once every 3 days.
I realized what I was missing. Somehow the Rat Ogres have a total initiative of 44.
You know, I'm having a bad day already because my bear is out of control. And now you're telling me the Rat Ogre has a higher initiative than me?
It is specifically this one because it has a template that gave it bonus initiative. Otherwise, it would be below Rodolin.
Why did you give the... Never mind, this is Moon. He's playing around with templates now. He's starting to use advanced monsters, y'all.
I'm learning. Oscar, it's your turn. Speaking of learning.
Speaking of learning, indeed, I think to quote a certain other man of learning, I'm going to need to science the shit out of this. Although,
Didn't that man also say, I need to science the shit out of this or we're all gonna die?
yes, that is also true. DM, would you at all mind if I attempted to make another polymath check? On
Ooh, what for? What is your end goal of this attempt?
So, you said that the rattling what about the Jezzail gunner on top is on a mining ledge, correct?
Correct. I don't really have a proper way to express that with what I have, but it's a definitely something that's been physically worked into the rock.
Right, because Oscar is looking at that and the fact that he's above the Gatling gun team, and he's also looking at the pack of grenades that they picked up in the last thing. He wants to try and throw it in there in such a way that the blast is going to bring that shelf down, bringing the shelf and the sniper down on top of the gunners.
There is a god and they are explosive sexual.
I mean, to be fair, the Big Bang.
Doing trigonometry in his head for this one.
You know, I'd only have 2 nickels. But that is the second time in 2 days where characters have completely seriously looked at a situation and said, well, shit, now I have to do trig.
Okay. Okay, do you want some bad news, Moon?
There's no bad news. This is funny as shit.
That's the 3rd time this has happened this week for me. Do you want to know why? Because both I and my Geo made a mistake. I took sacred geometry as a feat in D&D.
Blessed be sacred geometry. I only didn't take that so I wasn't slowing combat down to do advanced mathematics, but yes, blessed be one of my favorite feats in the entirety of the Pathfinder system.
I use it. It is tied to quicken and maximize spell.
Oh.
So I want you to imagine having to do 2 separate rolls of that, and only being and in order to keep things nice, tight, and cohesive, I have 60 seconds to solve the math problem.
Oh, that is much nicer.
Yeah, 60 seconds to solve a math problem, and I'm putting both feats on it, which means I have to solve the math problem twice.
Very nice. By the way, Moon, that's 4 degrees of success. Because in any situation where I am able to employ supernumerate, which gives me a plus 20% on any perception that involves mathematics, my goal number on that is 100.
Oh my god, I have another Zalric.
I believe I chose wisely. I chose smart man to be bodyguard.
You've chosen a man who's a master of improvising and doing figures in his head.
I have another. Oh my god, the two of you could solve cancer. Are you throwing? Are you slinging the grenade? Are you addling it?
Is this one of those instances where like you throw it at a random stalactite and it bounces up to the ceiling and bounces off a stalagmite, then hits the floor, bounces off a wall, ricochets off somebody's shoulder pad, and the whole room pauses and watches it bounce around for like 4 more times before it lands where it's gonna go?
I mean, it would
I
have
mean,
broken.
ultimately, the goal is to hit the underside of the shelf so that it crumbles and just creates a rat pile of severe pain. But of course, it's still a 5-meter explosion of grenade on top of everything else. So, you know, that's also still going to presumably do its damage.
So I would like a is it? Yeah, I was gonna say, is it under? I'm trying to see if they are under explosives, if they are under gunpowder weapons, or
What are you looking for?
bombs.
Bum.
5-meter blast, D10 plus 4 damage, times 2 damage versus unopened versus unarmored opponents in areas, toughness or
Okay.
stunned.
It is the explosive group. Do you have that one?
I do not have explosives as a specific weapon group. No.
Okay,
I have
that is
black powder.
that is fine. It will be it will be half ballistic skill, but because of the supernumerate, it will be at a plus 40 to the skill overall.
Okay, so halved 51 down to 25 plus 40 takes me up to 65 as a target number. Sounds fair?
Can you do it? Can he do it?
15.
Nicely done.
Multiple degrees of success. I'm just doing that in my head. 65 degrees of success.
So were you aiming for the shelf or the Skaven?
My goal is to hit the underside of the shelf such that it crumbles and drops the shelf and the gunner down on the Gatling team. You know, for spite purposes, as our host is fond of saying.
Oh yeah. That is. Please roll me damage.
I must highlight that spite purposes is usually the best reason.
That's a 10. Followed by a 6. So 16 plus... What was the plus on the weapon? Plus 4. 20 damage. To everything in a 5-meter radius of the explosion. And then hopefully, Ledge go bye-bye.
Yeah. So we're just gonna
A lot of rats.
scale this real quick. Just gonna move that over slightly. Doop. Doop. Yeah. I need to make a stability roll. Yeah. Oh, no.
Did anybody else just get Moon in the image of like the Family Guy maid going, no, no, no?
Stability not here.
No Rat Ogre here.
Yes,
No,
no.
Rat Ogre, you don't come here.
Actually, my brain went to the other side of this, which is, yeah, that'd be great. From that tone of voice.
One second. Let's see. That is... Oh, I need to look in armory. Damage 8. Okay. So to add insult to injury to all of this, the explosion takes out the shelf. Rubble falls, crushes multiple of the team down below.
It's not in a bottle, but
The rattling gunner that hadn't fired yet is utterly annihilated underneath the rock and stone. And to add insult to injury on all of this, the Skavan or the Skavan Giselle gunner up above, their equipment goes critical as they're falling, which adds another 8 points of explosive damage to the entirety of everything.
Did you chain explosion?
Chain
Chain. I feel this is appropriate. Zippity doo, the wizard cast at you, but I have a better idea. Chain explosion!
Well, funnily
You
enough,
should have made it rhyme, Chain Explosion too.
having seen both Rodlin and Lucia make use of rhyming and invocations for their spells, right as he throws it, Oscar mutters under his breath, thinking about the ingredients of gunpowder, and just goes, by saltpeter and the shit of bats, I've had it up to here with rats!
Really good line.
I'm laughing too hard.
And then the explosion is far more effective than even he'd hoped for as the secondary explosion goes off. And the green fire reflects in the lenses of his glasses, and there is a satisfied smirk that would probably scare anyone who could see it.
I see Oscar went Michael Bay again.
Oh, well, isn't that something?
So the Skaven slaves were caught in the blast, which is not ideal, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to lose any sleep over them. Oh, debris.
Yeah. I think you brought the whole house down.
I mean, we did just throw a concert.
I mean, subterranean explosions are very, very risky.
subterranean explosions are defined by risk.
I mean, if it's
That's why
the
so much
risking the
mining
rocks
uses-
or risking letting a freaking warp Gatling gun stay intact, I know which risk I'm taking.
A valid assessment.
And thus, Oscar casts Yeetus Deletus.
It is interesting seeing how Group 1 is dealing with the rat problem down below, and up above, Group 2 is dealing with things like beastmen. It's hilarious.
You know, I'd almost rather be dealing with the Beastmen. At least most of what they'll do is try to gut you with an axe, not shoot you with a chain gun!
Yes, but they would try to make Lucia
I know what you're gonna say. Stop. Some topics, even though Games Workshop doesn't discuss. This is one of them. Not because Games Workshop doesn't discuss it, but because I know better. We're on Twitch. We don't get away with that shit. I'm not big enough on Twitch to get away with that shit.
You don't make them enough money to avoid the rules.
Okay, but what's the age rating for your channel?
Technically Twitch's maximum, which is 16 plus.
Ah. Whereas when I was running at 18 plus because, well, I curse like a sailor at bots.
No, they didn't take away the Amazon Prime sub. I think you've already spent it, Tom. Let me see.
I know that's where I'm at. I already spent mine.
Yeah, you only get one a month, and you have to wait until the next payment cycle before you can use it again. I get wanting to do it manually on Twitch, though. I appreciate that. Alright, Moon, are you good? Did you make him laugh so hard he pissed himself?
I think it got called away.
To do.
I'll put it on intermission. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get a Coke.
Well, I don't have Coke, but I do have sparkling peach flavor water that I've been enjoying this evening.
I've been doing ginger. What is this shit? Ginger something. Ginger. Citrus twist. Ginger citrus twist. Pretty tasty. I suppose I could go and have myself a Nuka-Cola Quantum, but then I wouldn't be able to talk.
Yeah, you wouldn't. It's basically like
It's
drinking a
so-
warhead.
Yeah, it's so fucking sour.
It's not just as anyone but Doodle, and you remember that, Tom? They brought it back. I went to see a movie recently, like during the winter, and they brought it back. They just do that now.
Yeah, because the television series was so popular, and it was for Oh, what was it in honor of? They had a specific reason why they brought it back. Season 2, I think, is why they're bringing it back. And it is a different formula, but ooh, sour.
It's always nice when they bring back some well-beloved things like that.
I like the Victory Cola better, actually. Victory Cola it's a much more casual drinking experience, whereas you have to really like sour things and really be in the mood for them for Quantum.
Does casual drinking imply competitive drinking?
There is a
Yes.
competitive drinking thing, but not for Nuka Cola, as far as I know.
I'm sure it's there somewhere.
Well, I'm sure someone's done it. It's probably not a good idea.
Competitive.
The only one I know of that would know whether or not such a thing has occurred would be that one young lady who you first meet under the bridge, and then eventually, if you go to Nuka World in Fallout 4, she pops back up. Yes, because she loves Nuka Cola so much, she traveled to Nuka World.
I don't think I ever played the DLC for Fallout 4.
That's actually one of the things I would definitely recommend doing if you still have access to.
I'm gonna say
Nuka World is fun.
I'm gonna say this. Fallout 4 sucks, but the DLCs are just good enough to be decent. But the main game, terrible.
I thought the main game was just like okay.
In comparison, if I were to compare the main game to other Fallout games, it like even Fallout 3, as janky as it is better than Fallout 4.
Yes.
Is it a heresy if I've only played Fallout 3?
No. But
I mean,
it
yes,
is.
but that's because some of us have played the first one.
Well,
Some of us have played.
Okay, but like, Heretical's opinion incoming. The originals were fun, but their mechanics were garbage.
That's not heretical
Their
opinion. That's truth.
Their mechanics were born of their time. Like,
However, the best Fallout game so far that's official is New Vegas, and it's followed up by the unofficial London. And I'm gonna preemptively say this, having played the demo, and also because my voice lines are in it. I am really looking forward to Miami.
Oh wow, you're in it?
I have a couple lines in it. Yeah, I don't. It's not
Is
like
it it's not Scandal this time, right?
it is. I don't believe so. I mean, the initial part hasn't been scandalous, but you know, it's also fan made, so it could be total scandal trash. It's Frontier was so scandalous. I wrote them a letter that said, "Take my voice lines out."
Yeah,
Nice.
I've heard about Frontier. That's a thing.
I voiced the Overseer at the start. I have... Oh no, the Overseer, that's California. I was the Overseer in California. Frontier, I was somebody else. I forget who, but I just told them, no, take my shit out and don't put me back in it. And then they took it all down. So, you know, there's like black sites where you can get it. And I'm like, ugh. This is Frontier's just, ugh.
Frontiers went down in a smoking wreck.
Anyway,
I wonder if
hi,
our
Moon.
DLC
Should we get back to it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Oscar just threw the grenade, and there's debris everywhere. I feel like it would be more appropriate if I replaced all those rocks with fragments of brie.
I'm working with what I got.
That's fair.
I'm just glad I did the maths right and no one we cared about was inside the blast radius.
I do have the DLC. Let me uninstall something else. Yeah, we'll uninstall that.
Yeah, so it's a catastrophe over here.
It's a rat-tastrophe.
God damn it.
I mean, we're just trying to make some ratatouille.
What even is that?
Ratatouille is a French peasant's dish made with beets and beans.
I was muted this entire time. It's not made with beets. Usually, it's squashes and eggplant, and sometimes carrots. And they're typically sliced really thinly, and then put in a neat little pattern, and covered with a sauce, and then slow cooked or oven cooked. I potentially will make ratatouille for you at Gen Con if you would really like to try it. Pretty good. That is a version of ratatouille, certainly. If you look in the Food Photos channel, there is a picture of the ratatouille that I made. A couple of pictures of ratatouille. And the little red cook pots.
Oh, I am also muted. I will check that momentarily, and I need to see. Oh, right, I closed their sheet. That's why. Where did I put her? I'm trying to reach me. Okay.
Coriel having.
All right, Andre.
Hello.
It's my turn.
Is Big Boy Rat Boy still alive?
Surprisingly, yes.
I'm going to assume
must-
that he is still alive, but he is not liking the fact he is missing his self-enjoyment arm, and now we have removed his rat hood.
The rat hood.
Win or lose, he probably won't survive this battle.
Ah, so he's just here to try to make us pay.
All right, we'll have to end him rightly, as they say.
Are you literally going to pull the pommel off your sword and throw it at him?
His win condition is putting you in the hospital.
Because if you're going to take your pommel off your sword and throw it at him, I'm in. I will blow a fate point for you to give you a bonus to hit.
Well, I'm outnumbering him, so one hits. Then the other one.
We're down to 0 audience fate points at the moment. Unless the audience
I'll
wants to
just-
suddenly throw money, we're down to 0.
I'll let the fail sit. We only ding him for 7 in the body, which I am going to assume does not hurt him.
It unfortunately does not. Trying to find something.
Oh, what the hell? I'll try and re-roll the 93. A 1. A dead-ass 1.
Hold on.
Just the one.
Oh,
A one.
Yeah. The re-roll is just a 1. I'm getting tired of this rat boss. I'm putting him down. That will be 15 to the face.
oh God! Right, one's a headshot. All right. So Andre, you
Hello, man.
sorry, my bagel is attempting to assassinate me.
Ah,
Your bagel is
You
attempting
got-
to assassinate you.
you can't trust bagels.
That sounds like the most New York thing ever. My bagel is attempting to assassinate me.
Oh, I wonder why Moon likes rats so much. They're
I
part of his
in-
natural habitat.
Yeah, they are. Let me sing you the song of my people.
I mean,
Squeak,
in
squeak,
New
squeak,
York,
squeak,
the Pied
squeak.
Piper in New York, the Pied Piper goes from a folk tale to a national menace.
Are you kidding me? The Pied Piper is the fucking Midtown hero. Anyway,
Oh, by the way, don't forget, New York is also loaded with bushy-tailed tree rats.
sky rats, tree rats, sewer rats, Wall Street rats. Anyway, Andre, that first blow swings through. It glances off the enraged Skaven's armor as it looks down at you and all but gloats. It grins. And you remove that smirk from its face permanently as it gets smacked to the ground, its jaw sagging from the strike, blood pooling from the arm, from the mouth.
Nothing good.
It's alive against its will at this point.
Can I stomp on it?
Unfortunately, no. You had to re-roll to get the second hit.
I know.
Is that situation?
I am just as
That's fair.
surprised it's alive.
It is Thessa's turn. It is at crit 5.
All right. So I've still got these two standing in front of us, right?
Yes.
We need to clear these guys before we can get to the gunners. So I guess it's mace swing on the one right in front of me again. Let's see, where am I? There I am. Yeah. And where are my dice?
Oh, no.
Wait, hang on. I did not do math right.
Okay, let me know.
They were both within 5 meters. Thess and Niara were. Actually, I need you both to make me a toughness test.
Oh no.
Okay. What are we making a toughness test for?
Just remain upright.
Oh, yeah.
You were literally on the edge of the kill radius.
0-5.
You remain standing and completely unfazed. And are even able to slough the Skaven off of your shoulder. That was not a 0-7.
Come on, Niaro.
No, Nyaro eat shit. There's the other 95.
Okay. Which one died? Oh, it's
They-
the gunners.
they-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The gunners are alive because of where they were. They had full cover from the explosion, but everyone else was not so lucky.
Oh, so all the clan rats and things in front of us are down. I'm looking at us. I do not see anyone on their feet.
Yeah, it was close, but 5 meters puts the explosive radius right here.
Okay. So sweet. Are any of these guys still alive, or are they just down? Kind of looking for active targets. Otherwise, I'm gonna charge the gunners over there in the corners that opened fire on us initially.
There would have been active targets if it's Giselle hadn't gone off.
Fair enough. In which case, I know we were shot at from like over here. This is the ping command.
So the only real active targets at the moment would
Isn't there-
be
Isn't
the
there that?
yeah, you can see a Giselle above you who is getting into a prone shot.
Okay.
And you can see rats from back here.
Wasn't there one that fired on us from also back there?
Yeah, it was the one that fired on you. They're frantically reloading.
Hi, buddies. I'm going to quick switch to my sword and charge them.
Here you go.
Frantically reloading faster.
They may not get a chance. I can't fit my base back there. I don't think.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I swear, I can get back there. All right.
Give me a second. I'll move you into place.
Charges 10 or 20.
Plus 10.
Okay, thank you. And them reloading doesn't give me anything, or does it?
It does not, as the gunner is sitting at the ready with a bayonet, but they don't have a gun.
Okay. Okay, first swing is a 26 with the sword. And I will spend my personal fate point, which I have not spent this today, to re-roll that. Please be better. No, not better. So the mace swing is a miss.
Okay.
Sword, on the other hand. Uh, 8 points to the. That would be the 15, which would be a headshot. Wait.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
be a headshot.
so they're able to juke out of the way slightly. They move the mace aside with the blade. However, they aren't able to compensate for the sword that comes flying up. You bloody their nose with the sword as they squeak back something and stomp their foot as they do. The other one frantically loading more rounds into the gun.
And I think that's my round.
Woo.
I only get 2 of these, so I did both of them.
Reload faster.
I mean, what takes 3 rounds to reload or something dumb like that? It's
Worse.
oh shit. Okay, well they're fucked. Because unless they yeah, they might very well be fucked. I will keep them occupied.
Alright, Andre, there's a rat pushing the Skavan forward, or some of the Skavan miners forward, but they seem to stop as they notice the glow of your armor.
I would like to lay on the charm, seeing them pause, I'm following Niaro's footsteps. May I?
Go for it.
I will look at these 3 ragged little minor rats, and I will proclaim loudly. You see the light and power of the surface gods, and you see the weakness of the great horned rat laid low at my boot. And I'll point to the alive against his will boss on the ground.
They squeak out in horror.
You can taste freedom with your compatriot Niaro. Or you can die in the service of those who oppress you. The choice is yours.
They blink, having no idea what you're saying.
That's great.
But you
Might
have
as well be
such-
speaking Chinese.
There's a yeah. You don't speak the language.
Oh well. I did fail too, so I'm ready for the rattening.
Like you.
I
have
mean,
such a-
hey, you try. That's more than most can say.
Yeah.
It's like you have such a glinty glow to your armor. One of them.
Quick, take his
fruitlessly-
shoes! Sorry. I know that's not what you were going for, but you said his armor is he's such a glint to your armor. I thought the joke was going to be that they'd want to steal it.
One the flails swings the pickaxe, starts tugging on the random shiny bits, kind of forgetting they're supposed to attack you. The other 2 actually do manage to land pickaxe strikes.
All right. We'll go with dodge on the first one. We successfully dodge with a 43. Then you said a second one.
Yes.
Second pickaxe has hit the Andre. We will
There is
parry.
a second pickaxe. Okay.
We do not.
Five damage.
Where at?
The 41.
The arm. I take nothing.
Yep, that's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Their strikes dance around you, unable to connect or land a blow. You hear them squeaking amongst each other as they point to the shine and then gesture over in the direction the arrow was. The Taskmaster's got to use their turn to navigate these fuckers around this rubble now. Wait, actually, hang on. Were they caught in the blast radius? Oh, yeah, never mind. He has no Skaven slaves. Oh. Oh god. Seeing the boss weak, he is going to walk over, drive his spear into the boss's head, grab the bigger pole arm, look at Andre. A boss rat.
I laid his foul hide low. You shall be next.
That That escalated in an unfortunate direction. Quickly!
Da, 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 da.
When the Ratatouille strikes back.
Alright, well, I know what's gonna happen on my turn, and I'm gonna pray that Zinch looks the other way.
The boss
Hold
has
on.
had long live
Do
the
you
boss.
have fate points?
Yes.
You hear it yell over.
Squeak, 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 squeak.
The other one chatters back.
Long live, squeak, squeak, till I stab, squeak, squeak. Long live, squeak, squeak, till I stab, squeak, squeak.
Oh.
Gonna change its name real quick to New Storm Vermin Boss.
He is Storm Vermin Light.
Let's see, and so they would have been. Oh, here we go. Okay. I was muted the entire time I was saying anything.
Yep.
Yes.
So
Such as the cursed.
these two clan rats make their way over Beavis and Butthead style, start doing their best to start moving away some of the brick and rubble that is blocking them into this expansion area. And then I'm going to say something with this Rat Ogre that I have never had purchase to say, but the times they are a-changing. So it moves its way across here. And then a lot of you hear something that can only be described as rapid fire gunshots. As Rodolin, you would see the Rat Ogre rapidly pummeling its way through the stone wall. No real rhyme or reason, just punch, 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 punch. And it's going to take a little bit, but you're pretty sure that thing's going to be on you in moments. As the Rat Ogre tunnels.
Well, that's not good. I am the last person who needs to be frontlined at the moment.
Yup. Unfortunately, you happen to be right in the area where all of the other rats are digging their way through. Blame Cletus.
The Cletus has been blamed.
Yep. The Skavens. Waves of attacks.
It is possible to
Storm
merge a
Vermin
weapon.
did their thing. Mori.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, it's like a block of rats in the middle, and then the group.
So Maury sees the rat that apparently threatened Andre?
Yes.
Okay. Maury's still enraged. I'm just gonna move the corpse. Maury takes a 1
Oh,
meter.
please do.
Maury takes a 1 meter adjust and is now standing on the dead rat. And Mori's going to all-out attack. Full attack. The whole 9 yards. So that's 8-digit. Regular swing. Frenzy swing. Mori is having an exceptionally bad day, and I am going to spend all of Mori's fate points to reroll all 3 of those. Let's try this again. 8-digit. That's a hit. Regular paw. That's a miss. Other. Free attack. That's a crit. How you doing? Does he want to block or dodge either of those 2 hits?
Yep, we're gonna dodge the first, or we're gonna parry the first and try. Or is the big claw the first or the second?
The first.
Okay, we're gonna try and dodge the first, and then parry the second.
Good luck.
Yep.
You still have your GM fate points.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, the Fireford field.
79! I saw that slow tick over!
Yep, we're gonna re-roll that cruelty.
Alright, there goes a GM fate point. Tick. That 53 is probably still a miss.
It's closer, but it's a miss.
Alright. Big Deadly Paw. Mori's strength is currently 8. So Mori is currently as strong as a dragon. That does 15 to his 29, 92. So to his left leg.
Well, is this not a spicy enough battle, everybody?
Hi. This bag of hugs for $5.
And the follow-up.
Here
Oh.
to say I don't play favorites have some fate points.
The furry one just gave the players a full stack of fate points because he said say so he doesn't play favorites, so we all have fate points now. Anyway, the follow-up is 2 dice. 7, 2, 1, that's 10. 18 to his 60, his body, his chest. 18 to his 60. Who's the boss right now, motherfucker? I am gonna so hope I make the roll to calm his ass down, or we're gonna have a big problem. There's a fear.
I know he can't, but I need you to make me an intelligence roll for Mori. The int penalty is only 10 for this.
Fail by 6. 7 because he's enraged.
6 degrees or 6 points?
Degrees.
Excellent. So the first blow rends half the leg, and the second one mauls apart the chest plate as the big rat's fully fallen. Mori is presented with stick. It is big stick, slicked in blood.
Mori picks up stick and puts it in his mouth. He's gonna wield it as a weapon now.
Mori picks up chew stick.
Bears are smart enough that they can understand the limited tool use.
He's
They don't know how to do
smart.
it, but they can
Hey, boo boo! I'm smarter than Mori's smarter than the average bear. Anyway, that's Mori's turn.
The it roll was to not pick up the dirty, gross Skavan stick. Can you make me a toughness check real quick?
Sure. Look, I didn't say Mori was smart right now. He's natural 1 out of 83 right now. Like an actual 1. I went from missing every blow to apparently Mori can do no wrong this turn. Thank you, fate points. I'm assuming that the gross bloody stick is diseased.
Mori will not contract explosive diarrhea.
Darn.
What the
Darn.
fuck, dude? Do you want to torture our butler more?
I mean, that's just a whole pile of bear shit.
I mean, at this point, I think maybe he's. I mean, I'm hoping, my dear knight, you are more interested in torturing our rat-like foes. Bending
Maybe.
the. Maybe that's an ominous maybe, my good sir.
Maybe Andre is just one of the, one out of the 5 people who enjoys diarrhea.
It is a filthy, Skaven weapon that Mori picked up with his mouth.
That's fair. I'm just disturbed at the thought of angry bear, and you walk in the morning and the wallpaper is now bear shit. And it does answer the question: does a bear shit in the woods? No, it shits all over your wall.
However, this thing has a nice Mori claw in the chest. It was going to be Skaven boss, but I mean, not like it was actually going to boss. It was just going to try and direct the other Skaven. Mori turns around, holding the slightly. There we go. He turns around, holding the spear slightly too big. The other Skaven, or the other work Skaven, point to Mori and the stick, and all intone the same sound. The clan rats dig some more. They're making their... Oh, yep. And they managed to pull out what's left of the disaster flower. They're making some bit of work. Lucia, actually.
Oh. We've killed enough enemies I actually get to go?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's
Okay.
not my fault the Skaven all have crazy ass agility scores.
That's fair. That's fair. So there's a rat ogre over there coming at Rodolin.
Yes, it is making its way through the wall. It is not coming over the wall. I'm just setting it there as a visual.
Is it out of the wall yet? Like, is it targetable? Or can we just, like...
No.
Okay.
You can ready up for it. It's not targetable. Here. I can... Now that I have a second, I can actually lock this thing and move it into place. No. Let me grab the Skaven. The Skaven. Steven.
Okay. I think if we're gonna survive this, it's pull out the stops time.
Okay, I'm only leaving it like that because that visual's hilarious.
Like what? Oh. Oh my god! That's awful. You're terrible. Okay, I'm gonna take a move action over to here. I get it. Oh, and its head's literally just poking out. So you got his butt out one side. That is terrible, man. And I'm going to perform a channeling roll and committing to casting a spell next turn. So I am gonna commit to. Lucia is committing to casting Miraz Smirti next turn. She's actually just gonna move right up next to Rodolin. So when this thing comes out, she's so when this thing comes out, she's in the way because she has armor and more toughness, but also she has to be able to touch it to cast the spell. So
yeah, that's good. That means that the rats probably won't do enough to disturb you.
Let's channel. Ah, oh, damn it! I have to spend one of the fate points we just got because it was like 30-75. Oh my god. I don't Really?
Is fate being kind today?
Let me see if I've got anything.
Is that what I'm
Oh
looking
no,
at
Mark
right
of
here?
Kislev. Mark of Kislev, +10. That is, I will succeed. Never mind, I didn't need to spend the fate point. Because my base is 68, and then Mark of Kislev gives me +10 for Ice Lore spells, and I'm committing to Miraz Smirti, which is an Ice Lore spell. So that is my turn. Rodolin, the air around the air. There is a mist that seems to be emitting from Lucia, and the air around her is dropped 30 degrees Celsius in seconds.
Yeah, that's fair. By the by, have you used any of your personal fate tokens yet?
I have not dipped into personal fate tokens yet, but we have to spend the group fate tokens before you can dip into personal. That way the chat's interference is felt more before our own character designs.
Understandable. Simply asking because I know if you had, I was going to give you a little bit of a restoration.
Oh, that would be sweet, but no. Anyway,
I've used
Yes.
all of mine.
you should give it to the lizard.
Can I make it? Where is the work? Can I make it to?
I am dealing with some gunners at the moment.
You should be able to. She there.
Well, is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
All right, excellent. In that case, he is going to, due to being so well, not exactly prepared for the front line at the moment. No armor. Still working on his still working on his agility. He is going to be stepping back. Actually, yeah, he's going to be stepping back. And Miraz Smirti is the one that freezes them forever. Yeah.
It freezes them solid if they die from it, it freezes them solid as a statue, and uses their soul to power the ability to keep them frozen until their soul is completely consumed. It is literally the most powerful spell I have. It is also the most dangerous because I have to use all of my dice to cast it.
Right.
And you also have to touch the target. You can't cast it from a distance.
Well, due to the fact that it requires all of your dice to cast it, that means there's a non-insignificant chance you might fail. So he's going to step over here, and he is going to channel.
The good news is, for the Rat Ogre, that he does get a chance to resist.
Good news for him, bad news for us. Well, I'll see if I can back you up now.
Well, and you have to kill it.
Yeah, it does have to die from it, but it's a damage if he fails the toughness test.
Except it's a Rat Ogre.
True.
It's got a lot of toughness.
Anyway, what are you doing,
Well,
Rodolin?
I'm channeling with a... yeah, that's a failure to channel.
I was going to say, Rodolin, there is also the swarm of rats at Lucia's feet.
This is also true, and those do look to be spicy. I don't know how I could hit... Actually, could I hit... No, the wind is too... I don't know if I could hit the wind. I could go prone and try to... Or bend down and make sure the wind blows just... Yeah.
Yes,
How
you
to
could
apply the wind.
Yes,
could attempt
you
to
could
make the wind
attempt to
avoid.
fire a wind blade.
Well, in that case, that is what I will do. And then I'll... Well then, Well then, my dear Lucia, I'll see if I can cover your back as you cover mine. And he's going to get down on one knee and press the tip of his staff into the ground, trying to trying to direct the wind low enough that it's effectively a wind blade that affects the rats, but not so much our dear. Oh no,
Yeah,
my dice
this-
fell off.
I was gonna say this will up the channel number by 1, but you'll effectively be able to make a duckbill shape with your hands to funnel it and avoid Lucia.
Eight, 6. That is just the regular casting number.
Okay. On the ups. Oh, right. No, you do have a +1 because of the area that you are in. Lucia also
okay.
has one as well.
Right, high density of magic in the area.
Okay, I went and checked that. Okay, so I know what I'm doing. So, by the way, I just went and looked up fortune points just to make sure. Anytime you make a single D10 roll, including initiative, you can spend one of your fate points to gain another one.
Oh, shit. It's on. Oh, nice.
So,
We gain another.
I was trying, like, I knew we could get a +10 for a percentile roll. I was like, what happens if you're just rolling a D10 and it says you add another D10?
So you could do that with an attack?
No, on stuff like damage, initiative, magic casting.
That's fantastic.
So could potentially add an extra D10 damage in at a time when it's coming clutch.
Correct, but when you spend it on an attack, it's considered to automatically trigger Fury. So you just get a straight. It's just Fury. You're just going Fury, without having to roll for it or roll a 10. Anyway, it's good to know. I was like, I know I can use fate points for more than just rerolls and adding +10. What do I do in single D10s? Ooh, shiny. Or then you can burn a fate point to guarantee maximum damage.
Oh.
And you can also burn it, but burning permanently removes it.
Yes, but if you have a crit already and you are burning it for maximum damage, you've got 2 instances to trigger Wrath again.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Fuck.
So Wrath, is that actually a thing where if you roll 10, you add another?
If you roll 10 on damage, you retest the attack. If it succeeds, you add another D10 for the damage. If, however, you're doing something like casting a spell, then it's automatic. If you roll maximum damage, you automatically get another die. Anyway, back to you.
All right, so you made the check for the win. And I suppose, are you just trying to disperse them? Are you trying to actually... you can't really sunder a living creature, but... Wind punch.
Falcon punch.
He's difficult for me to. He's trying to either disable or damage as many of the rats as possible. He'll practically be tilting it towards the rocks where they're coming out of. Just staunching, disorienting, or preventing them from acting. If he can do damage, he'll happily throw them against the wall, grind them into the, or do the air pressure thing. And the air pressure suddenly gets abruptly stronger by going into a narrow passage.
There is enough shrapnel debris and such on the ground for him to Roll me D10 plus 3.
D10 plus 3. $11.
Shredded. They don't have a lot of HP to start with.
Like goblins, they don't get a lot of HP. They can be dangerous in numbers, but fireball is their weakness.
It is both the cause of and solution to all of their problems.
I mean, I suppose you're right.
You're able to somewhat repel them with that wind blast. They're still going to push their way back out next turn, but that's enough damage to get them off of Lucia temporarily.
Okay.
Oops, that's the wrong wall. And that brings it back to Oscar.
Okay, well, a lot has happened. I'm trying to work out. I'm trying to work out what the best use of my resources is here. I mean, as it stands, the Rat Ogre is still our biggest threat.
For the record, it is not visible. It is still making its way through the wall. That is just a visual representation of the cracks.
Okay, awesome. So I can see that Lucia is preparing a spell.
Correct. You can also see the water vapor near her condensing rapidly.
Right, and this is probably the same spell I saw her use once before.
Stands to reason.
Is that okay?
No. The spell you saw me use before was an AoE. This is very different.
Back in the mansion with the
Yeah, I
demon.
mean, in the mansion, you've used the turn it into a permanent ice statue before.
Oh yes.
Haven't you?
Yeah. Never mind. I stand corrected.
The demon in the mansion with the ice spell.
So.
Did you just?
Yes, I did. Good job.
Did you just name a clue murder?
I did.
Yes. Yes.
Superb. So, what I'm going to do then is line up a shot and hold an action to, as soon as it emerges, shoot. Because I'm pretty sure I can make Lucia's job easier by wounding it first. You
can also hit it a lot faster than she can finish casting her spell.
Yeah, so the main thing is to hurt it and also to potentially disorient it to buy her time to cast. And out of character, I know that the spell will work better if it has a lower pool of HP to actually need to deal with to get its final effect, so that too. So yeah, Oscar reloads, takes aim, and waits for it to come through the wall.
Alright, Yara's gonna hold action for this. Let's see. Well, the Rat Gunner just saw the mage cast, so they're going to take aim at him and fire. They probably would have fired at Oscar, but he did not shoot this round. And they're not 100% sure what caused that explosion. Well, do you have dodge blow?
Who?
Rodolin.
Oh.
Hmm.
Very few classes start with it. I don't know if he spent points on it.
Rodolin, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just processing.
I promise I'm not picking on you.
It happens. The dice and chance have decided it's my time to suffer.
Everybody drink water.
I have no water. I will grab some water after after whatever is attempting to happen happens to me.
I now need to acquire more water.
It would be going for the Lustrian, but considering I can't find her...
Remember, I went after the rattling gunners.
Oh god, yeah, that's right. Okay, no,
Right
you're
here.
completely out of their line of sight.
Yeah,
And
I'm busy dealing with another problem that is potentially a big problem for the group. Also, I want their gun.
I'm torn between loving that idea out of character and hating it in character.
No, I'm gonna get it to you, and you're gonna strip all the warp corruption parts out of it and build new parts for it.
as much as I want to re-roll the damage on that, it's too fucking perfect. Minimum.
Minimum?
Minimum on a Jezlak blood rifle.
So, like, what's the minimum?
Working on a rat gun, such heresy.
Here's the important question, though. Is it a regular shot? Or actually, no, yeah, they... Well, you don't have armor, so that doesn't matter. So that is Rodolin's 6 damage. It is resisted by toughness.
Okay.
And if you have any magic armor, I'm gonna say if you have any armor spell, that would apply as well.
Sorry.
I don't remember what your spell is off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I do not have any. If I have any armor, I do not have it on at the moment. So that is 4 damage. I am now down to half health.
That could have been so much worse.
I could have died right there.
Yup.
Died, had to burn a fate point to cheat death and be unconscious. Same thing.
Okay.
That's true. Is there? That is one thing. Is there a die where? Is there a level of dying where you cannot burn a fate point?
No.
I would think.
Yes, it's called being out of fate points.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is why I need to buy more fate points.
This is why I gave them an XP value.
Yeah, I will be. I'm not sure if my next purchase or the purchase after this is going to be fate points, but I think I'm going to buy a fate point.
Is Rodolin about to go down?
Well, I'm going to try to avoid it.
Alright, 2 of the rat gunners.
I have 7 hit
there's
points left.
2 more turns left on that.
He's fine.
I don't want our next scene to be all of us waking up in cages because we're doing the start of Vermintide 2.
Cages with no gear.
Okay, well, they cannot land a blow on. They couldn't land a blow on Thess if she was trying to help them stab her.
It's the fear. I know. You know, it's the scales. I get it.
Yeah.
I cried.
And Andre.
How motivated are these three Skaven looking now that Mori has the staff of commanding?
They completely have turned their attention from you to Mori.
Ugh. I am debating where to be if I need to deal with this storm vermin over here.
That storm vermin looks absolutely livid.
I don't really have any AoEs to deal with the rat swarm, so I'm gonna go with the storm vermin. I'm gonna try and just do my adjust to step past these little ratties. And we will post haste engage in the glorious combat.
Excellent.
All right, 2 swings coming at him. One hit. And then, oh shit, where'd that go? That flew into the void. Well, the red one was a hit. And then do we have any audience fate points?
They're in the bowl, so we currently have
I'll use
3.
one.
One's gone.
Hoi!
Thank you,
I need him
Tom,
down.
for the audience fate points.
Alright, so that one was left arm, right arm. First one hits for 9 in the right arm. And then 8 in the left arm.
Excellent. All right, it is still standing, but its arms don't look great now.
Fair enough.
Hang on.
Foul villain.
Are you fighting the big rat or all the little rats?
I am fighting the storm vermin, the big rat.
You got this!
I think Mori intimidated the little
All right.
rats.
Niaro is going to use their reserved action as they were delaying for Thess. But seeing that, they're going to step back over. Let's see. Yeah, no, they're going to make their way over and try and rally the Skaven slaves.
Okay.
They squeak rapidly, flailing their stick around, hold their hammer aloft, point to Mori, point to Andre, point in the general direction of the explosion and begin squeaking frantically. There seems to be some understanding amongst them, but squeak, 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 fast.
Enemy's still in front of me, yes?
Yes.
Full attack, because they're still reloading.
Yep, the one in front tried to stab you with their spear and net and didn't manage to connect. The two in the back are spam reloading. The Skaven slave very much looks like it's a I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here.
Which one is the Skaven slave? The
Uh,
one in front or the one in back?
No. The crack team over here is just like get this absolute lizard. I want some boots. This one over here is just like I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this. I want to dig a hole.
Okay. To one, I gotta make a roll because my I've been listening to Yarrow. Let me make a speak, just a general kind of. I've picked up a phrase. No, I have not picked up a phrase. I was gonna say rise up or join your brethren, but that is not a success. So I'm just gonna attack the closest one, full attack. Mace first. That is a 22 for the mace. That is 4 degrees of success. And then for the sword, which I am not as good with,
They don't have.
Is a 15.
Oh. I was about to say they don't have parry or dodge blow, so just do your thing.
I'm doing my thing. The mace, I need to roll to activate. That is a successful activation. That is that poor Clenrat is probably dead. That's 30, 40. What the fuck?
What was that? To the what?
That was a 25, so that's going to be a 52, which is a left arm. With the mace. So it's it is a shit ton of damage. 49 points plus 3, so 52 points, which that was a lot of fucking tens. I'm so sad I'm wasting it on a standard Skaven.
This is not a standard Skaven. This
no?
is no. This is a Skaven who has been in charge of a heavy weapons platform, and as you smash your mace through this thing, you effectively bisect the thing with a blunt instrument. It drops the heavy weapon that it was holding. The two behind begin like frantically loading rounds even faster.
Can I make it an intimidation on them?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because
this is gonna be scary.
Maybe. Hold on. Let me roll these dice.
Yes, you can make an intimidation in lieu of your second attack.
Yeah, we have audience fate points.
Yes, they're in the bowl.
I did. What did I do before you? What did you roll?
84. And my intimidate is not that high.
Okay.
Down to 1 audience fate point remaining.
Okay, cool. Is that all that is left after me spending 1, or is it?
After you spending 1, we're down to 1.
Okay. That will be a successful intimidate on the second roll.
Nice.
So
Run.
they
One word. Run.
They had been in the process of reloading, and as you yell at them, run, the one reloading rounds, the one was passing rounds, is just in a... Their arms are moving, but their body isn't, and the other one who had a round is proceeding to... They're loading the shell above, but they continue to load the same shell as the words are processing in them. You can see them straining to utilize what handful of intelligence they have left.
Absolutely.
And there's a click as they just drop the belt of the minigun. The one holding the ammunition effectively throws the rounds up in the air.
Okay, I hope none of those are explosive.
No. They had like 3 rounds in their hand. The shells are large.
Okay.
And this one doesn't really have any place it can go, so it ends up just pushing past deeper into this digging operation.
Oh, that's
basically,
fine.
basically.
I want to eliminate them from the fight. That seemed to be the quickest way to do it.
Yep. The Rattling Gunner team. Rat 2.
I mean, I don't know who else saw that.
Sure, I'll have to have one
So-
of my.
Waddle definitely saw it.
Yeah.
Here, like.
Minus.
Carson
don't know if
grabs
any
his
of
chest.
It's hot like the
I
entire.
honestly don't know
49.
if any of the rats will react to it. So
Oh yeah, that's fair.
that's what I was thinking. What I was thinking of is
Let's
like if any of
see.
the other
That's at
rats saw
minus
it.
38. There was 2 over here that were in the process of moving stone. So they hear that. They hear that. The one looks to them, yells something. The Taskmaster looks at them, pokes their head around, and looks to see
I'll wave my
Illustrian.
bloody mace on him. At him.
They look around to see Illustrian. They mutter a term that, Fess, you seem to know more genetically than having heard. They just utter out something that loosely translates to lizard demon.
Oh yeah, it's
But-
not too far off.
But they point towards the back of the cave and issue a sweeping retreat of the 4 over here that we're trying to excavate out. Like, we dig later. Nope.
Yeah, no, not here.
If you mean to retake it.
So you basically clear out the group that are in here. Unfortunately, the gunner did not see you do that, so they're going to continue gunnering. And rat ogres are allergic to intelligence.
Or intimidation, really.
You actually can't intimidate a rat ogre. They are literally fearless.
Oh, lovely.
Wait, isn't that how they're driven though? I suppose they just have
Fear,
aversion to
not-
pain then.
not- yeah.
They are afraid of everything but their taskmasters.
It's like abusing a puppy.
And honestly, even then, there is a chance. There is always a chance of them going berserk and attacking a taskmaster. It's just very, very low.
Don't chase me, bro.
Anyway, so they're doing all of that. The taskmaster's going. Oh, no, wait, no, that's not a taskmaster. The storm vermin down a lower. Okay. There is a rumble, a fumble, and there's a crack through the wall. Large chunks of stone are blown away as the head and shoulder of the rat. Nope. As the head and shoulder of the rat ogre are brought into light of day.
Oh yeah!
Okay. That's not good.
Oscar,
Hmm.
Don't have to tell me twice. Firing.
I like his response. Shoot first, ask question later.
Uh, 26, that is 2 degrees of success. And at 62, that is, I mean, it's kind of the head and shoulders is the only bit visible, so I guess that's what's getting hit.
Yep. Can you... Shit. Hang on, let me flip a coin real quick.
Not while we're in the middle of a game, I can't, no.
Yeah.
Wait, did you just turn flipping a coin into a sex reference?
Yes, he did.
Well, no,
All
he
right.
said, can you pause shit? That's what I'm referring to.
Oh. All right. Yeah, so the Rat Ogre will be out head and shoulders. Let me see if that's going to be... Not that it matters. Roll me damage, Oscar. That is a headshot.
So that'll be a 9 plus 4, 13 damage to the head as it pokes through the wall.
Spray gets good.
Oh,
Then again, there are those videos that Cotman's mother makes to make money to hold up the house.
all right. Lucia, do the thing.
I'm gonna do the thing immediately following Oscar trying to David and Goliath the Rat Ogre. All right, wish me luck. I'm preemptively spending a fate point, so we have no more audience fate points right now. The green die is the audience die. That means it doesn't count for Zinch's bullshit. Oh, thank God that I don't get Zinch's bullshit. Okay, so that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 26, and the casting number is 25. All right. Now for the next part of this. Because he is hulking, I do successfully touch him. He needs to make a toughness test at -20. And that will determine the damage.
Oh, yeah, we are absolutely going to use a fate point on that.
Okay, GM fate point blown. Down to 1. 2.
Oh, that would have passed without the penalty.
Well, the spell says -20.
Well, there are.
Nope, I know.
All right, I'm going to read this for the audience's purposes. You must make touch a target. The touch target must make a toughness test of -20 or take a D10 plus 8 per magic characteristic. My characteristic is 3. If you succeed the toughness test, this is reduced to a D10 plus 2. Critical hits or sudden death, target is frozen. The soul powers the frozen statue. This ignores armor. So he receives...
That's good. It does have a little bit of armor on its head.
Alright, so I need to emphasize this point. He does not apply toughness more than once.
Yes, I am aware. These are not multiple attacks. These are the same attack.
Okay. So... Alright. So Lucia breathes into her hand. Her hand freezes into, like, this solid ice statue for a moment. And when she touches the rat, all of the ice warps into him instead and surrounds him. Starting to try to chill him literally from the inside out. He takes 46.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, there's more to this spell than just him taking damage.
No. I know. Where'd you roll for? Oh, 8, 5, and fuck.
8, 9, 5 plus 8 on each die.
They're actually gonna have their.
There is a catch. Let me bring up the book real quick because I didn't have space to write all of this down. but I'm pretty sure I'm about to take some a very interesting day. Because there was a catch last time, and I don't remember what it was. I need to look it up real quick. War Ice. The Kiss. Nope. Death Frost. I also receive a D10 plus 8 wounds and a level of exhaustion. So I receive 14 back.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Which I should have had 8. So I'm at negative. Oof. Okay, I'm burning a fate point.
So for whoa, man.
I'm burning a fate point.
I assume you want fingers still,
Yeah,
so
it stays with it. This is
No.
So-
If you suffer a critical hit, you die. So I'm burning a fate point. I drop to the ground.
Did you get a critical hit?
I only had 8 wounds left, and I dealt 14 damage to myself.
Oh damn.
So I'm at negative 2 after toughness. I'm down.
What?
He takes 40. He takes 46. I'm down. I'm burning a fate point to not die.
So for what it's worth, even if it had saved on its toughness with the amount of damage that you and Oscar explicitly did, would have been enough to kill it.
So there's a nice big Rat Ogre statue that's holding up the wall now.
nice.
And Lucia drops like a ton of bricks into the water that is ice cold.
There's a
Lucia!
handful. The handful of rats that are on the floor near Lucia attempt to stream over her. They see her body fallen, and as each one makes contact with her, they begin to freeze solid on top of her. The rats forming a grotesque sheen of armor over top of her body.
I'm having a bad day. I needed to roll like
But
I needed to not roll a 4, or I needed to not roll a 5 or higher to not take enough damage to drop. Oh well, this is a bad day. My turn's over. That was a full round action too.
Who'd have thought?
I thought Ronald
Yeah,
was
but-
going down.
You removed a major threat from the map, like, and it didn't kill you, although you might wish it had.
It didn't kill me. I had to burn a fate point for it to not kill me.
Right, but those are so. Unlike
That's
other
not
versions-
without consequence.
I was gonna say, you know, unlike other rule system, the burning a fate point, like, it's a replenishable resource.
It should be
this.
noted. The GM decides how burning a fate point avoids
Affects you.
death.
Right. Someone get her out of the water.
Yep.
yeah, right
so,
now.
So the
Ooh, shit.
the magical there's a magical feedback as the Rat Ogre begins to force its way through your mind. Your body instinctively taps into the link to Ursa's harder and opens up a deeper channel of magic. And while this succeeds in freezing the Rat Ogre,
no.
the wall, the water,
The hinge pin.
the air,
are
and
enchanted.
partially yourself solid,
Within the
it does obliterate the Rat Ogre. However, you, for the first time in a very long time, Lucia, you feel cold.
Oh.
Or you will when you get back up.
Oh no, as she taps into that magic harder, as she begins to need... I mean, yeah, it's going to be for a bit, but it's... Why are my fingers cold? Why are my fingers going numb? Why is the world sideways?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
No fingertips for you.
Oh, hey, the storm vermin actually go before Mori does. Except the slaves all go before the storm vermin. Yup, they.
Fatigue or
Uh,
exhaustion.
Alright, Andre. The
Oh, there's all those shit.
Skavan slaves
I don't
begin
know
to
what's
swarm around the storm vermin.
I have concerns because I've heard people yell out Lucia's name, but I have not seen what just happened. I am too focused in, so we got to deal with the threats that are in front of us. Seems your day of slave taking is over, foul Skaven. They revolt against you. And I'm gonna lay down the hurt with both attacks.
Hang on one second. It
Hanging.
is not. I was gonna say it is not back around to Andre yet. Between him shining the rats, or between him shining Mori, stealing the stick, they are gathering around and just attempting to pummel it with pickaxes. Oh, that's a 6.
Rise up.
Yeah, they're part of the Sarenite camp.
Skaven, rise up.
Okay, that's a 96. That's more what I expected.
Aww.
Okay, so one goes to swing their pickaxe and falls over backwards.
That seems appropriate.
However, the other two are able to connect, with one connecting very well. Good job, Skaven.
Yep. Gotta load up a bunch of supplies at the temple.
Good
Load
job,
up.
Skaven.
The Skaven at least don't disappoint you.
That was a 7 and a 9 on the dice, respectively.
That's true. That's yeah. I'm gonna make a comment at chat. Pony Chicks, you said drop fee a tip, not drop fee, right?
Okay, so Andre, they move over. They swing their pickaxes into this thing, and then they begin to rifle through his pockets looking for any food or water or such, as you see one of them grab a canteen and just start guzzling it down.
Okay, all right. So the Skaven have decided to mug the storm vermin.
I'm just gonna let that continue.
I should not have spent a weekend watching Skaven videos and Skaven lore because my brain has been dialed into Rat. Mori.
Yeah.
Mori would have felt Lucia go down across the etheric link.
Yes. Mori is going to make a willpower test. On a fail, he remains in frenzy. He actually passes, so his frenzy stops.
Congratulations, Lucia. You did it. You snapped Mori out of his frenzy.
It
What
just...
did it cost you?
Everything.
There you go.
Okay, so to clarify, the little rats all jump to the big rat and are rifling through his pockets now.
Yes.
Okay. Does Mori physically see any enemies right now?
Let me double check. I mean, they also collectively did 20 points of damage before armor and toughness.
Ow!
Yeah. 2 bonus of 2 from strength. 7 and a 9 respectively. after Andre had hacked into its arms.
That neat.
Okay, so again, does Mori physically see someone who is a threat right now? Or is
The storm vermin, but I can't get to it.
okay, if Mori can't get to the storm vermin and Mori's not enraged anymore, Niaro's right behind Mori, right?
Correct.
Okay, well his last direction that he was ever given was protect Niaro. So Mori's gonna turn around, get behind Niaro, and wrap himself partially around Niaro in the gentlest hug a bear can do, and just be Niaro's shield, because that was his last direction, and he doesn't know where Lucia is.
Niaro uses reaction to pet the bear.
For the first time, I think, in his entire life, Mori is scared.
Yeah, Skaven have a really heightened sense of smell, and fear has a specific smell. Niaro's just going to pat Mori and try and comfort him. Or, yeah. See, the clan rats. There aren't any clan rats left in the fight. Lucia's out of the fight from now. Rollin.
Alright.
I have a few rounds before I start drowning.
Yeah, he is going to immediately move over and attempt to lift Lucia out of the river.
You mean the rapidly freezing puddle around her?
Actually, he's going to... Fuck, can I do this? It might be risky.
So
I'm going to dispel.
Okay, that will work too. I was going to say, on the upside, there are enough sewer rats that have frozen in handholds that you could drag her out.
That is indeed fair. I can't do both of those.
I thought you were going to say cursed.
Imagine both of those would be a half action, yeah?
Yes.
In that case, yeah. Ice is a bitch, but drowning is worse. He's gonna risk it for the biscuit and go try to just grab on the ice on the handholds.
Okay. Roll me willpower.
Got it. 28. That is a pass by a few degrees.
Damn, they did. I actually would have passed your strength too. All right, Rodolin, you begin to dig. Your legs find purchase. Your arms are burning, but you slowly but surely, one step at a time, moving Lucia. Not because you're strong enough, but because your willpower won't let you let her drown.
Well, when you make it out of this, young, this will make.
If you've got a moment, she does have a healing potion.
Downside, you do take 2 wounds.
Yeah.
It's non-lethal. They'll go away after a little bit.
I mean, the Ice Princess literally is icy.
But yes, you have drudged her out of there. Oscar, it's your turn.
Before my turn ends, I would like
to
ask one question. I would like to ask one question. This hole, is it still viable for enemies to come through?
No, there's a frozen Rat Ogre in there.
Okay. Good, glad to hear it. That way he won't need to shout anything other than
Actually, that's not true. He's frozen up even the smaller holes that the rats were burrowing through.
Okay,
The
well,
wall
then he gets all
froze solid.
I see.
Okay.
Lucia
To...
is Lucia, my friends. Lucia is down, but not dead.
Wish I was dead in the morning.
I have her safe.
Well, yeah, but yes, Oscar, you'd be able to make your way over to Lucia.
Just before I do that, to confirm, are there any significant threats still standing? I've lost track a bit of what is and isn't alive in this mess. The gunner. Right.
Isn't there still a?
Oh, there is still something up here that's in the process of. It looks like it's attempting to reload its Giselle. Attempting to make use of the distraction. It's not exactly in stealth.
Oh, no, we're not putting up with that at all. So, Oscar's movement is going to run over to where the two mages are, especially with Lucia down. He is trembling in rage, but the main thing he's doing is bringing his gun up, and in between juxtaposing himself between the gunner, Lucia, and Rodolin, he is gonna shoot that bastard before he has a chance to finish reloading. Oh no, you don't! I'm gonna re-roll that 93 if that's okay.
Please.
Much better. That's a success. By a single degree, but a success. And it's a shot in the right leg.
Alright.
13 damage to Mr. Giselle Gunner.
Let's see. Yarrow is down several on the rung. Okay. So it was the rat gunner next.
Just dropping the token.
You said 13, correct?
13 damage, yes.
All right. You hear it bark out some kind of an order. The Skavan behind it, you hear the pop of a cork. The Skavan behind it just reaches around, shoves a vial into its mouth and lifts up as the gunner proceeds to set the rifle aside, pull out a pistol, aim at you, and fire twice. As it fires once, the barrel, or the entirety of the front cylinder, rotates once to the left and fires a second time.
Oscar doesn't care. He is physically defending the mages with his body at this point.
Damn, okay, body shot. Oh no, arm shot, because of course, this game just hates arms. Jesus, why do you have to hit twice now? Okay, arm and body. Low damage roll, beautiful. Okay. That is 5 and 6 points respectively. Jesus.
Okay, let's see how much my leather armor think I've only got 1 point of armor on most things.
You get 2 on the body.
Yeah, I've got 2 on the body and arms, so that's some damage reduction at least.
So how much is it to? Sorry.
Your toughness.
Yeah, so you've got so 5 and 6 minus armor and toughness because neither of them have because it doesn't have armor penetration. Well,
Toughness is
normally would, but
32, so that's a 3-point reduction. I'm not too
yes.
sure on that one. Okay.
So most firearms do have armor penetration. Skaven firearms, except for the Giselle firearms, do not because of their poor quality.
Yep, they only have armor, and they lose armor penetration if they're not using. Oh no, never mind. It still has them if they're. Okay, so that'll be 1 and 2 points of damage respectively from both shots. So.
Okay, so 3 in total.
3 in total. But yeah, it's glittering something, and it looks like it's starting to slink backwards. It's definitely trying to make a break for it.
Oscar feels the bullets hit him in the body. He can feel the blood leaking out from under his armor, but he's just glaring at it, and he just says, "That's all you're getting. Flee or die."
Make me an intimidate check, please.
Do I get the feeling Oscar is the quiet, peaceful man who's been pushed to his limit?
That pretty thoroughly describes him at the moment.
The last many moments, actually.
Him and Thess, to a degree, actually. Thess is not happy down here either.
How does a 7 sound?
So the Skaven slave assisting the gunner pops the vial, and then you hear the sound of feet and a body hit the floor behind and scamper away as the one Giselle gunner is doing its best to wiggle backwards. Bravado replaced with fear.
Oscar is running on adrenaline, fear, and rage right now, and that is a dangerous cocktail.
Andre, on the far side,
Yeah,
the trio of Skaven slaves gather around their former taskmaster as he tries to shake them off while they're mugging him.
I'm debating on just letting them, rob and eat him to death. Does he look like he's capable of really fighting back, or is he very injured at this point?
Let's see.
Less
So they
megalodon
got
is probably
him
good.
twice. So that's, let's see, minus 8, 9, 5, 7. Do. 7. He looks like he could fight back a little bit, but it looks like they are beating the fight out of it.
So the plan is to sail straight there.
How bad is it over here? It's just the Giselle gunner up over here, right?
I think that I need to do a once over, but I actually think that was with a very well executed explosion from Oscar. I actually think that was the last of them, as the group over here they're I don't have it detailed in on the map, but they're essentially back in the tunnels cowering for dear life.
I'll finish off this Skaven right here.
Excellent.
Finish what we started. Double hits, 36 and 22.
Excellent. I'm gonna try and
First
dodge
hit.
one of them.
First hit does 12 to the right arm, of course. And the second one does 11 to the
Hang on.
body.
So it's going to. Yep, it's going to counterattack the first one.
I dare him.
Trying to. There we go. Yep, that'll hit.
Let me get out another set of dice.
No, I'm re-rolling that one. There goes the last of my fate points to hurt Andre. Physically, not emotionally. Okay, well, you know what? A 3 is better than a 1.
Where do you hit me at? I guess, hold on, let me roll for parry.
Be helpful.
I parry. 23.
Damn. Already hit me at. Hold on. No.
The chain. That.
Dear God.
I was gonna say, even if he did, it would have, or even if he didn't end up parrying that, he would have hit you in the 37, 73. He would have hit you in the body for great weapons. You would have hit you for 8 in the body.
That would have been exactly 0.
Didn't matter either way. Style or profile. Anyways, hit him with the second attack because that did land and he can't.
So the second attack does 11 to the body.
Oh.
No, sadly, all.
All right, that is 24 to the body.
Yeah, no.
All right. So you swing your blade around fast enough, and you hit so hard that you carve through some of the studded leather of its the studded leather breastplate, opening up some of the thing's chest. Not that you needed the ability to do extra damage, but
And then I'll take my 5-foot step back, and I'll leave him to the slaves.
I didn't expect him to be able to dodge the first hit. I didn't expect him to dodge the first hit so well.
That's good.
I was going to say, Fess, do you want to come over and attempt to join in this, or do you want to make your way over to the Giselle Gunner that's retreating and not allow them to retreat?
I would like to not allow the Giselle Gunner to retreat.
Okay.
And beat the ever-loving daylights out of him.
All right, from where you are, you can make it up to them with a single move action, so you'd be able to make a standard attack.
Can I charge them?
You cannot charge up a ladder.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I will climb and make a standard single attack roll. Given the way my attack rolls have been going with this mace today, though, it may only take 1.
Funny enough, you can charge up ladders in Mordheim.
Yeah, no, that's just a normal hit. But that is. Let's see, roll. Last time it was a normal hit too. Oh, 12 points to the leg.
Oh. Yeah, so between you and Oscar wounding this thing in the leg, it's now a 3-legged rat.
Okay. I mostly want to stop it from being able to get away. So.
You did. Forever.
Is it dead?
It is in the rapid insanguination process. Let me see. It's not going to be able to get away though. Okay, I didn't actually note that because it had been. Oh wait, no, actually, it had been healed up a little bit. Let me numbers.
Probably gonna have to come at some point.
It. Let's see. The most it would attempt to do is aim up at you with its pistol.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this slightly out of order.
That's fine.
It's okay, Tom. Thank you for being here. We have an exceptionally large audience tonight, and I am genuinely appreciative.
Yep. We're in the
Dice. Let me roll that one again. Alright. No. Oh, please tell me that. Okay, no. So it fires the last shot. Thus, it proceeds to point the triangle of the great horned rat at you, and it fires off to the side of your head. It attempts to pull the trigger back once, and you hear the worst sound a gunslinger can ever hear.
Oh.
Click.
Click. Yep.
The look of fear on their face.
I'm just imagining the look of glee as the rat points the gun, thinking it's about to kill a lizard, and then click.
So
the musk of fear.
There's a part of me that wants to just take the gun away from him and then, like, beat him to death with the gun.
You can always kick him down to Oscar.
Sure. Yeah. Not even intending to damage him. I'm just going to push him off the side of this thing so that he could. He's an easier target, if I can. That is. I don't have any actions, so.
One is a whole fucking sword set.
You can.
You have a react.
You can spend a fate point to get an extra half action.
Well, I was gonna say. I was gonna.
Points.
Yep, I have.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say you do have a reaction.
Yeah, sure. I will use the reaction to push him off the edge so that other people may take their turns beating the shit out of him.
It goes down Mufasa and Scar style.
That's kicking, shouting. This is Weisenheim.
And Andre, I need one more swing out of you as the slaves weren't able to finish it off. They're trying. Oh Lord, they're trying.
All right, we got this.
And then definitely after this, we have to go back up.
Yeah. We're gonna carry our popsicle comrade out.
Oh, it absolutely.
Oh, we're gonna push a healing potion down Popsicle Comrade's throat. That's what we're going to do.
One hit with a 29. I'm gonna go ahead and assume the other one did not. I'm gonna just re-roll it because we need brutality at the moment. No, I miss. So, does he have a parry or a dodge?
By the way, that thing.
No, he's a bit preoccupied with the other Skavans.
Fair enough. So one hit and the 92, which will be the leg. Ooh, we haven't had a leg shot in a while.
Oh, we just did. I hit the one that I engaged in the leg.
10 in the leg, left leg.
Alright, so between the pummeling from the pickaxes and Andre's precision slices, the storm vermin who had been muttering something about, but it might turn to lead Warren, as it's hacked down by the others. Meanwhile, the Giselle gunner had been shoved down by Fess, smacked up a few times with the mace, as it terrifyingly looks up to Oscar, more afraid of him than the Lustrian lizard, and in very, very broken right spiel, it simply has the audacity to mutter out, "Mercy."
My little friend, Oscar says as he draws his side sword. Mercy is the province of the gods. Let me send you to yours so you can ask him. And I jab it right through his throat.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
And with that, the last aggressive Skaven lies still.
Yeah, no,
This
he's-
one
he's-
freezing to death on a pile of rats.
All right. First order of business. Tend to Lucia.
Yeah. Rodlin is going to look, be putting his hands, looking over like Lucia's belt, trying to find that potion.
I'll whip out one of mine because that might take
Okay.
too long. 4 points back, 4 wounds back, pretty instantaneously. Also doing whipping out the healing kit.
Oh wait, she's badly wounded.
I was at -2.
Right.
Now
I was gonna say, are you using the regular healing drops, or are you using
Kit
the
first. Kit first.
Okay, I was going to say, are you using kit first, or are you using the unmarked one, the one that you took off of the Skavens from earlier?
No. We're saving that one because we still don't know 100% what that does. Well, all right. My vote is to save it because we don't know what it does. The healing kit, because she's at critical wounds, will
Yeah, start with
give her-
that.
Yeah, is going to give her the most back immediately. Do we have any fate points left?
not audience wise now.
Besides,
Okay. Do you
besides-
have any fate points left?
I have 2.
Can you use one?
I will use 1.
I will allow this.
Yeah, because
Say,
that
while-
was bad. That is a
Besides.
27.
By the way, Moon. Here you go. There's the permanent fate point I burned.
Oh,
Wait, paint it blue and keep it as a trophy.
yeah, just want
Actually,
to
the ice-
just gonna pin that on the map.
And if I remember right, it's a D10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe like a ghostly white would be good for the ice.
Come on, please be good. That is 6 wounds back.
Ooh, nice.
I think it's I want to say it's a D10 plus 4, but I don't remember. I'll have to write it down one of these days.
Well, that will, if she is in the critical status at all, that will clear that out immediately, and as you're using the kit, that will bring her up positive 6 wounds.
Okay, and then 4-point healing draw on the heels of that.
Wait, 4-point healing draw as well?
On the heels of that.
Yeah.
Here's a. Oh, you're awake. Drink this.
Yes.
And you are now. You have gotten 10 wounds back.
She looks
I
up,
don't know-
blinks a few times. Wretched lizard?
Yes. Hi. Well, no, I'm not a lizard. At least I shouldn't be. Hi.
Right.
I
We've
have
also
note
got a few
for
others
Rodlin.
here around. We've also got a few others here around you, young one.
She's shivering. Why do I feel cold? I never feel cold.
Oscar immediately drops to his knees and wraps his arms around her, both comforting, like to support her weight and to try and help warm her up.
All right.
And
Let me
Very
blanket.
good.
And Cletus has a note in the head of Rodlin. Rodlin, you can't use someone's health potion that's on their belt if it's turned to ice.
Oscar,
Yeah.
please make me a toughness tech with a +10 bonus since you have outerwear on.
While he's doing that, I'm also going to be whispering, attempted a dispel cast to help dispel some of the actual magical ice.
25, that passes.
Okay. She is painfully cold to the touch, but not so much that your sympathetic nervous system overrides your need to hug.
To be honest, even if it was hurting him, the relief that she's alive right now would keep him hugging.
That is so wholesome.
Hey,
I wonder what.
Yeah,
feel
we
like-
get to be wholesome sometimes.
I feel like I missed the best part of battle. Oscar is covered in more blood.
No, you are the best part
It's
of
not all
battle,
mine.
usually.
I cut a rattling gunner in half with my mace.
She blinks a few times when you say cut a gunner in half with a mace. That is actually impressive.
He was in my way.
Wow.
As you come to and scan the battlefield, you're able to see the Rat Ogre frozen in the wall. A not look of horror, but definitely a look of confusion and bewilderment as it's frantically trying to escape whatever freezing it is. But no, you popsicled the thing. The permanent shot of one of Oscar's rounds frozen for its eternity.
That's one, and I think I must disagree with you. But I think that one is the best part of the battle. Certainly would make one of the best tales.
Ugh,
Okay.
I think the glory is all
anyone-
yours today, Lucia.
How is
no.
anyone else? How is everyone else?
It's probably at
She's
this point as
scratching.
you stand, as Rodlin starts standing up, having dispelled some of the magic, which was a success, by the way, DM, for whatever that's worth.
Hell yeah.
You'll start noticing that there's a bit of a spreading red through the blue of through the brown of his shirt.
Right, shirt off now. Gotta treat your wound.
Boo. I'm just curious. What color are Lucia's fingertips?
I don't know, she's wearing gloves still.
That's true.
Well, after the dispelling of the magic, they've gone back to normal skin color. But her lips are still blue. She's still a little bit cold to the touch. But it no longer feels as if she is perpetually channeling the Death Frost spell.
No,
Just breathe.
I will live. And I only killed that. You all killed everything else. Mori walks over upright, holding Niaro like he's a princess.
Nyarl unsure why being carried like this, but Nyarl happy to have Lucia friend back conscious and ask a friend and that's a friend and Radlin friend and Mori friend and the pat.
You should talk with the remaining Skavan, Yarl.
Oh yes. Nyarl must go talk. They are in the midst of spoils of war.
Nyarl will hop off of Mori, give
Speaking of
the
spoils of war.
silly bear a pat, and then trundle back over to them, squeaking, basically squeak, Sigmar, squeak, Sigmar, squeak, Sigmar.
He's also, before he walks off, just right as he goes out of reach, Rodlin is going to go over and tap him on the back and attempt to cast attempts to cast the Restore Fate Point. On the off chance Nyaro has some.
He does, actually, and he's had to use them.
Perfect.
So, who would like bad news?
Go ahead.
Heck, she's saying this with a smile on her lips. I am supposed to take that statue back to Kislev when I make statues, but I don't think I'm going to report this one.
Well, you could always break its head off.
No, you're supposed to bring whole statue. It goes in the Imperial Palace Square to show, Ice Witch power. But I don't think I'm doing that.
Speaking of Kislevite traditions, I think I've made rather a poor showing in my first battle as your shield.
No, you made very good showing. You're covered in blood. There are multiple things you killed over there, and you did not back down. Is some of that blood yours?
Probably.
And
you know what? Oscar, shirt off now. Time to treat your wounds.
Oscar sighs and just lowers Lucia down, lowers his grip on Lucia so he can pull his leather jack off, and the chainmail that he's taken to wearing under it that we got from a previous encounter, and yeah, he does have a pair of Skavan bullet wounds, one in his torso, one in his arm.
When he takes off his shirt, Lucia looks away and actually blushes.
You got to use some of this, and I'll give him some Bertonian muscle oil.
All that hard work.
I mean,
to
to be
get his shirt
fair,
off, and she looked away.
Miara looks over. Friend Oscar jacked.
He's probably not jacked, but considering he does forging work and manual labor, he's probably, decently built. He's not a wiry nerd that you'd expect from his behavior.
He's gotten a bit beefier lately.
Mm-hmm.
He's been working
some
out.
Strength to work a forge.
Friend Oscar, hidden storm vermin. Niaro nods sagely before wandering off to continue spreading the good word of Sigmar.
I really feel like I should be offended about that, but I've got too much else going on right now. I need to prioritize the things that piss me off.
Also, he gets his fate points back.
Yay!
But considering Storm Vermin are considered top of the line Skaven, that was probably his attempt at a compliment.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. I just don't think it worked.
Understand.
Somehow I'm unscathed.
Somehow I'm unscathed, he says, as there are multiple dings and hammer blows into his armor and armor plate shield.
Weirdly, I don't think I took any damage either.
Oh.
No, no, I think my damage is from the previous engagement.
You would have gotten, there would have been a second round of rattling gunners had Oscar not went. I cast math.
Right, but I still didn't actually take any damage. So
But fortunately, I did cast math.
Yes.
Yeah, no. The plan was to pincer you down with 4 separate teams of gunners to give them time to alternate and reload.
And it almost worked.
They would have gotten away for it if it weren't for you, meddling metallurgist.
There you go. I like that. So it'll be salvaging equipment or salvaging and looting and packing everything up, and we are headed back to the service.
Oh, we're good. We can go further in.
No, not this time.
We should, however, I think we should also, if it is all possible, we shouldn't let our evidence be left behind. As of now, no one has yet lived to report our abilities. That tells otherwise, he says, pointing at the massive frozen rat in the
moving it?
wall.
No, he's
Keep 'em
right.
out, not
Break
too
off
bad.
its head. We'll take the head. It'll
We'll
stay
destroy the
frozen.
rest. If its head is broken off and I dispel the magic, then I don't think it'll quite be alive.
It's not alive.
And the rest will melt, and proof of ice powers will disappear along with it.
Hmm. I like your plan. I do
Yes,
have
make
one
it happen.
request though, since the Bretonian seems determined to get us all killed. Someone punch him.
Punch the Knigget.
Let's go deeper, he says. After I'm nearly dead, and Oscar is bleeding, Rodolin is bleeding, and his armor looks like it needs 2 weeks with a blacksmith. Let's go deeper. Uh-huh.
We're retreating.
I was
which we
expecting
should
some
do.
sort of. I was expecting some sort of permanent frost damage from this incident.
Only time will tell.
We should ask Nyaro and his new converts to guard this area for us. We need to fall back, but we need to be prepared in case something happens. So if they can stay down here and spy for us and alert us at the house if something happens faster than we're prepared for it, I think they can be of inestimable use to us by staying down here as our eyes.
I want a week in an ice bath.
We're going to be topside for a while. I don't necessarily feel comfortable leaving them down here without support for a prolonged period of time.
Bring with.
There's a nod from Niaro, and he begins translating out the requests.
We
Bring them with us?
we have attic. Bring with. Put an attic.
Fair.
Be better than the
We'll have to
portal.
have-
Be better than portal thing that was there.
That's true.
We
For what it's
also
worth, I
do-
think he's earned his place.
Our house does connect directly to the sewers as well. They'd be able to get in and out without being seen on the street.
Yeah?
Unfortunately, an Imperial design.
And perhaps, well, we might even have some new avenues of attack now.
For now, we go topside and heal up and recover.
Agreed. I can only imagine the conversation we're going to have with our dear butler.
Yes.
So as we start gathering, Rodolin is going to wait until someone has broken off. Rodolin would absolutely, but he is currently out. He is also just basically covering himself in his cloak after having, get himself bandaged. He'll be
Hey,
waiting
Andre?
for someone to.
Can you remove the head of that frozen thing?
You asked Niaro or who?
Andre.
Andre, okay.
Hey, Andre, can you remove
Let's
the head of that thing?
give it a shot, and
Go
I'll
for it.
just
I think you're the strongest one here.
I'll just grab both sides of it and start giving it a twist. Try and pop it off like a screwdriver.
You might need to hack into it.
Try it first this way.
In the meantime,
95. So no.
In the meantime, it's load up on all the interesting,
Wang.
expensive shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna take one of the pickaxes and just start working and chipping at its neck until I could take off its head. Because there's a lot of pickaxes around, so I'll just take one of the better ones and just... I'm not going to dull my sword on this thing.
If you start pickaxing into the frozen rat ogre, some of the other Skavan slaves will timidly, but almost mechanically, begin joining in, working on something, seemingly drawn to the rhythm of the pickaxe swings.
Seems the Skaven have a strong peasant work ethic.
More like pack ethic.
Should I roll again, or do we just do it?
If you grab a pickaxe, it will take you, along with the assistance, it will take you about 10 minutes to make your way all the way through the frozen neck and magic. But you'll eventually hack the Rat Ogre's head, but you will eventually pick the Rat Ogre's head off with the mining tools. It falls to the ground with a solid kafunk.
I'll take some nails and rope and just kind of like wrap it. I'll hoist it over my shoulder. I think you have a good mantelpiece, Lucia. What do you think?
Not Rodolin, sorry. Andre. Give me a perception check while you're doing this.
Sweet, I have a mega perception. Alright. Apparently I'm too busy.
Alright. Well, a lot of 2 degrees or 2...
Yeah, 2 degrees.
Alright. Anyone else can, well, the lot of them are working on it, as the repetitive thunk of the picks.
Sorry, excuse me. Perception rolls, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Should we make one? Collectively, I ask.
Rodlin would normally be very happy to help. Unfortunately,
Ricky,
he's feeling a little down.
0-1.
That's just as well, because I was going to say Oscar is far too focused on Lucia's well-being to be paying attention to that kind of scenario.
And it actually makes sense. No, it's fine. And it actually makes sense that it would be Fess who would see this, given that she was dancing around the battlefield with a mace.
Yeah.
As she looks at the Rat Ogre, as she looks at the entirety of it, she noticed that as it was freezing, one of the last things it seemed to do when it couldn't pull itself out was clench its fist tight in rage. But, it's about the size of a mall.
Oh, okay. That will be coming with us.
I just realized that you could break the hand off and turn it into a big meaty fist.
Yep.
A big meaty fist that deals ice damage.
I was gonna say someone could do ice damage with that.
Did we just accidentally a magic item?
You just accidentally a magic item.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Wait, can we break off its tail?
We'd have to get to its tail.
What are you gonna do? Attach? What are you gonna do? Attach the fist to the tail?
I mean,
and then make an ice staff.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. Is there some part of this we can break off for Lucia to make a new ice staff out of?
That's fair.
The sudden, just like, I was not expecting the Rat Ogre itself to become...
Good parts. Rat Ogre, good parts. Good parts.
Yeah, parts get salvaged.
This is a very Warhammer thing for a character to have, by the way. So what's your weapon? The tail and fist, the fist mounted to the tail of a Rat Ogre that I froze solid.
You must understand.
Actually, if we're gonna make a staff out of it, it might be kind of cooler for you to have the head and the tail.
In certain cultures, what?
I was gonna say, in certain cultures, lizard folk, it would be a waste not to.
Oh my god.
I mean, they can't eat it.
Right.
Which would be the other potential use for it.
Right, because every part of it is freezer burnt.
Right?
Yep.
Well, and it's hard to eat because it's permanently frozen.
I'm just I'm sitting over here and just laughing.
That reminds me, GM.
Yes.
I assume that in the process of them attacking this thing with pickaxes, they are like there's lots of chips and fragments going everywhere.
Oh, absolutely. There are flecks of frozen rat ogre that go flying off as they, they're not the most accurate of things, so there'd be a lot of snowy rubble underneath.
That's fine. Oscar's gonna take a spare leather pouch out of his supplies, and he's just gonna fill it with some of the bigger shards. He wants to experiment with unmelting ice.
Yeah.
So this is above game. We could make a forbidden snow cone.
Oh no, the undigestible snow cone.
Well, actually, like the talk above the table here, what I'm actually thinking is Lucia wants some form of firearm, particularly like a Streltsy Bardiche. Oscar is wondering if he can make viable shots out of permanent Kisleite ice for her.
Rodolin is also wondering, since we're not going to be detonating the stock of warpstone, we're going to have to be doing something storing it, and he's wondering about if certain aspects of the permanence of ice, of the permanence and the stability of relative stability of the ice, could be used to, especially in conjunction with other resources we have, partially stabilize or make a new some of the warpstone.
It is distilled chaos. It needs to be destroyed.
So there's one thing that I will say in addendum to that, as you all are gathering up the spoils from the Skavan as well as just the assorted gear. On the Giselle Gunner specifically, but on a couple of the Storm Vermin, the Giselle has multiple rounds in a bandolier that are standard lead munitions, but they also have multiple rounds in the bandolier that effectively look like warpstone bullets.
Yeah, no, they need to be destroyed.
Oscar is going to veto employing them as anything other than components in the bomb.
Yep, no, not even that. They need to be. If we can destroy them, we should destroy them. Nothing chaos should be allowed to fester, survive, or exist.
You can destroy that by shooting.
That's not quite what I meant.
What's the notion of pure?
No, I'm sorry. But
However, it is 11:15, and as much as I am not feeling well, I do have to go into work tomorrow. So.
That
I'm
is
sorry.
fair. So, do we need to declare anything else, or are we going to pick up next session after we have made our way out of here to the house, or is Moon going to make us have to actually fight our way out?
No, the two guards who are also with you are in decent enough condition that anything that would make its way out to threaten you on your way back up, they'll be able to dispatch.
Hey, do you guys want a meal once we get back out?
There's just collective nodding.
Good. Once we get back to the house, and after I have 5 or 10 minutes, I will whip something up for you guys, for everybody.
Food would be glorious.
Once we're out.
It would be appreciated.
I don't have any supplies with me, so.
It'll take a little bit of time to get Lucia stable enough to travel. Like I said earlier, the dispelling of the magic helps considerably, along with Fess's medical treatment. But she'll need a good 10 minutes of rest in order to get the strength back in order to move around. But at the moment, that can be saved for later.
Yeah.
It's more just to say it'll take a bit of time before you can properly venture forth back to the surface. Surface.
Oscar, you nearly died, Lucia. And that's like nearly died. That wasn't all that.
I mean, that's probably going to happen to all of us at some.
What a spicy battle it was.
Anyway, I have been Lucia Blick, your apparently kamikaze bomb for the night.
Hi,
I switch and camera operator. I've been getting better about the camera. I also, out of character, want to thank everyone for being here tonight. We hit 31 viewers at one point, and we maintained 25 to 30 the entire night. This is the first time since Cletus finished talking that we're below 25, so thank you all for being here. This has been the most successful night of this game so far, and I look forward to many more.
I don't know, our intro run had 34 at one point, so.
I didn't see the 34, but Twitch will probably tell me it later. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Next person.
Hi, I've been Thesserau, human of Lustria, and apparently bisector of rats with blunt objects. Because I think that's the second time I've nearly bisected somebody with the mace. Anyway, it's been real. Thank you guys all for being here. Good night. Next.
Hello, I have been Oscar Hertzsprung, the man who kills rats with maths. And gets very, very angry when people he's grown fond of are hurt. Otherwise, I have been Albion. It's been my pleasure to be playing for you all this evening, and I will hand you on to my next colleague.
I have been Rodlin. Windmaster, prophet, and buff giver for the party, and a parent, and one who's looking to aid the party in very unique craft of magical items and weapons. And I hope you all have a lovely evening.
I am Sir Andre Morehire, slayer of storm vermin and supporter of Skavan peasants. And boy, are they strong, Skavan peasants. They have a good work ethic amongst their people. And we're also ensuring that Lucia has the trophy of this frozen Skavan head. Next time, we're venturing to the surface, and we'll be back down post haste. Cletus?
I've been Cletus, recapper, sometimes gadfly in Anoia, and I've had the honor, played by Lenzabi, who's played other recappers in the past for you folks. And next up is the moon.
Sorry, I'm just cracking up at Molag fucking balls face.
It was the only mace I could think of with literal blades on it.
It's so good. It's too good though.
It's yeah. Is that a two-handed mace?
One-handed, because
okay.
Skyrim is daft.
Yeah, this is a one-handed. The one I'm using is a one-handed mace.
Is that a mace or a sword? Yes.
Yeah, yes.
It is a pain stick.
Anyway, thank you all for being here. This episode will be up tomorrow morning. Good night, everyone.
This episode sponsors by Jeffrey's Apothecary for all of your painful and soothsaying needs.